This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
That's John is breeding height of impala and the wildebeest. Pretty much this might tell me in the area because they're getting close to the drainage line where I was thinking to walk around in the area. Speaking to you, I'm also checking more or less in the area possible where Kalambashe might be very close to this impala, but there's no way because most of our wind blow from the south to north direction. The impala might by this time pick the scent of this leopard and able to really walk far away from the point. Wildebeest and impala together, they're really enjoying the company, or wildebeest is enjoying the company of impala. The wildebeest is one of the territorial species in the area. They practice being territorial. Of course, they'll pick the area where it's more open, run around in the area and scent mark. They have gland in between the hoofs, and is one of the species that have preorbital gland. Of course, below the eyes, between the eyes and the nostrils, he will rub against the tree in order to really get rid of other males if they come into the area, establishing his own area, waiting for females to come to join him. If you look at the wildebeest in other country of the world, or for example, if you take example of Masai Mara, Tanzania, where the animals or wildebeest, they come in numbers, millions of them. They cannot practice being territorial, stay in one point. They move all together like a cast of insect or locust. What does in most cases, competition for being territorial, it isn't going to be practiced because there's a lot of opportunity. Mating is the biggest major thing when it comes to animal in small numbers, because they have to be so strong and fit in order to mate. Of course, if you look at the wildebeest migration, you tend to see millions and millions of wildebeest. Opportunity of mating is very high. Sharon, nice to hear that. It's really interesting. The impala have adopted the wildebeest. It looks like, yes, it use quite a lot of impala eyes to really scan scan in the area for predators, especially in the course of night. Again, it's a huge benefit for impala also, having wildebeest. If anything small in the form of the predators come into area want to hunt impala, a wildebeest can stand and really chase that particular animals. I've seen wildebeest really chasing cheetah sometimes, try to hunt impala. So it will intimidate the cheetah, and the impala will be free from the cheetah easy on that way. Nice to see the species mingling together with the other different species as for benefit. I've scanned all the big trees around in the area, looking while I'm talking, looking particular. Maybe I might spot a dead animal up in a tree or impala, or different slightly color that doesn't look the same color of the trees itself. So that tells how difficult to find a leopard out in the area. If you walk or drive in 2,500 hectares of the property, you're looking for Tlalamba, which is very small and is very thick around in the area. If you don't rely on the information of tracks, it will be difficult for you to find that particular species. The impala are so much calm, so relaxing. It's a very good sign. It doesn't mean, of course, if they're so relaxed like this, doesn't mean there's no leopard around. A leopard is one of the species, of course, very clever, might opposite the wind and come from the different angle or where the wind might be blowing, and he can get information from the impala. If you get to see them here, you might shift and move slightly to the north. I hope we'll walk the area and get more evidence.
Yeah, it's Tlalamba, look at the teats. Yeah, so very, very exciting. As we came around the corner to Vuyatela Dam, Tlalamba was in the road, walking away from the dam. I'm so excited. Oh, look at that tail. So we actually came around, we could hear some squirrels alarm calling, and as I looked up over the dam wall, I spotted her walking away. Oh my goodness. She's feeling a little bit frustrated at the moment because the squirrels and the birds spotted her straight away. Oh my goodness, I'm so happy. Beautiful girl. Oh, you can see her mammary glands are nice and full, so she is doing well. She's busy scent marking at the moment, so in all likelihood she's left the cubs somewhere close by and she's out on a mission looking for food, scent marking, and just carrying on. Look how high up her tail is, so she's really advertising to everybody at the moment. I know that you've seen me. I'm not hunting, I'm just moving along. But it's crazy how, have a look when she's walking, you can actually see, especially when she stops and flicks her tail, you can see her mammary glands swinging out from underneath her. Oh, what have you spotted? That tail is so expressive this morning. You can see the starlings are wanting to mob her, like the drongo did to the Wahlberg's eagle. Oh, that tail. So expressive. Where are you going, girl? I can hear the Wahlberg's eagle agreeing. Oh, I just had a gut feeling. Come back towards the dam, and I'm so happy that I did. Oh, she is beautiful, more beautiful than I remember. I don't know if anyone else agrees, but I feel like every time I see her, it gets better. Oh, look at those paws, leaving some nice fresh tracks on the road. Oh, and those ears have not stopped moving. Everyone loves this princess as much as I do. Yay! Oh my goodness, what a way to have the last little bit of my morning. Hello Tlalamba. Where are we going? It's always so fascinating to me to be able to follow a leopard, especially when they're territorial marking and things like that. It just is so wonderful to see where they're going. Lauren, it's one of my favorite things as well, when you get a leopard walking towards you and you can see as the paw hits the ground, the toes give a little bit of a shake. It's one of the, well, to me, one of the cutest things about a leopard. Not that a leopard is in any way actually cute. They're a very well designed killing machine, very beautiful, but still incredible to see. They give a little bit of a shake as they hit the floor and as they lift up. Oh, she is in quite a, seems like a bit of a cheeky mood this morning. She seems to be getting frustrated with all of the birds that are spotting her. Oh, that white tip on the tail. I wonder who her cubs will grow up to be. What kind of leopards will they be? If they're anything like their mom, hopefully they'll be very, very cheeky and very out here all the time, walking plainly on the roads and being exceptional hunters. I'm going to see if I can loop around. There's actually a road coming up ahead that joins back up to Quarantine, so we are not far from Quarantine at all. I'll see if I can go around and have her walking towards us. Bob, we think that Tlalamba's cubs are actually both male, which is quite unusual. It's normally a male and a female, but we haven't had a clear confirmation on the smaller of the two cubs yet. He is a bit more skittish, she is a bit more skittish, so we haven't had a very clear view yet of whether or not it is a male or a female. But as soon as we know, we will let you know. We definitely know that the older cub, sorry, not the older cub, the larger cub is a male. So I've actually stopped in the junction, so that means she's got more than enough space to move around us. But she is looking very interested in something. Oh, look at those mammary glands. You are a good mom. Lovely. Oh, that tail. What are you seeing? Just want to give an update on the radio quickly. Stations and updates. Tlalamba is still mobile south on Twin Dams Road, just south of Vuyatela Dam. Oh wow, she's choosing to go in front of me. Hello, sweetheart. There are some very fresh suckle marks on those mammary glands, so that makes me very, very happy. I think she's seen the cubs quite recently. So this is a very good thing. There must be somewhere close by. But, I mean, also knowing her, she moves such incredible distances. She tends to walk in big circles too, so very wonderful to know that somewhere here there are two little leopard cubs. And maybe we'll get to see them sometime soon in the future.
Okay, so we found a giraffe. Big male. It's quite nice just to sit here, and also you'll be able to hear the tail swishing every now and then. I think he's just going to hopefully end up feeding right next to us. Actually looks so cool with the clouds behind the giraffe. He's eating from a guarri tree, but I think mostly what he might be after are the little fruits. I mean, I was complaining about ticks, but this guy is just littered in it. And all the folds. So now, try to turn around, follow the giraffe for a little while. Luckily, he feels like walking on the road.
Very elegant way of walking. So quite quiet now when they walk.
Good morning and welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. I'm talking very softly because we've got a group of dwarf mongoose in front of us, and they do disturb quite quickly at times if you are talking either too loud or make sudden rapid movements. What you'll also notice is that there's a red-billed hornbill that's sitting very close by to them, and he's been following them as if they were disturbing insects. And they often do so, and in a mutualistic relationship, we also find that this relationship extends to yellow-billed hornbills. And I've seen yellow-billed hornbill actually doing this also in the Kalahari, following meerkats, which is one of the close relatives to a dwarf mongoose. So in Southern Africa, out of all the mongoose species, there's only 4 of them that are social. And the dwarf mongoose, being our smallest of the mongoose species, it's one of those 4 social species. And in this case, we also find that the group is led by an alpha male and female, and the alpha female in this case is also 30% larger than the others. That's very few species of animals where I know that we have a matriarchal society, and that also includes elephants. Let's see what they're going to get up to. They also tend to be very, very curious. Actually, when it comes to these little predators, they're also incredibly effective little hunters. And I've actually once or twice seen them taking small little mammals together, and that means little mice. And in the past also, where I watched 4 of them actually pulling a bat out from underneath a log and killing it and devouring it. I reckon they're as effective as the African wild dogs that we saw this morning. One of the things that we'll also notice with them is that they move around within a territory, and what they will do is they try and move through their territory on approximately 27-day average. And the reason why is that's the duration of what their scent lasts. And if they don't demarcate their territory by means of scent, that will tell other groups of dwarf mongoose that the area is not occupied, and then they will try and take that territory over. There's a little trick that I was taught by my trackers many years ago. If you do want to get the attention of a dwarf mongoose, you can just imitate a call that sounds something like this. Let's see if it works. We've got quite a wide range of different calls that indicate different things, but this seems to be one of the contact calls that they use, and already 2 of them is coming a little bit closer. Let's see what they get up to. When it comes to imitating calls of animals, I do believe that it's fair game if you can attract animals such as a wild dog or a lion or a dwarf mongoose by imitating the call. However, you should never be using electronic methods actually of calling up animals. And you also should be doing it very, very sparingly when you are going to imitate the calls, as you don't want to upset the animals and alter their behavior in any other manner. A few years ago, we actually noticed a guy that was playing a call of a lion from his vehicle on his mobile phone, and that infuriated the 2 big male lions that were moving down the road, and they thought that there was an intruder in their territory and that the intruder was inside their vehicle. So you have to really, really be careful with doing things like that, as it's not fair on the animal either. When it also comes to playing calls for birds, as a bird guide. We were taught to also use calls very sparingly. We also were taught to play them very soft. And in general, when we do play those calls, we will play them roughly at 20-second intervals. And after the third attempt of playing it, we stop playing. It either means that the bird is not going to respond or the bird is not there. Quite often we find that birders tend to overplay in areas, which leads to the birds no longer responding to that call either. A few other important things when it does come to using electronic methods of calling up birds. It's also not to do it in a breeding season and when they are close to nest, as this can often break up a pair or that's busy nesting in that area or force the male to move off. And the reason why we play those calls incredibly soft is that that male can think that it's a much more dominant and more intimidating male that's calling. Something else that we were also taught in terms of call-ups when it comes to birds is when you are playing specifically for owls, you always start off with your small owls and then progressively move up towards your larger owl species, which you can find in that area. And the reason is the smaller owls often are predated on by the larger owls, and that will be intimidated by the sounds of that more dominant and larger owl species. But for me, I personally prefer to imitate bird calls myself and rather see if I can call them out. Sometimes what I will do also is if I can't imitate that specific species, I'll simply use the calls of a pearl-spotted owlet. And by imitating the owl, you also mainly see that there's a number of birds that will come and investigate to see what is going on. I also will use some general alarm calls, which sounds like something like shh, 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 and that also. Good afternoon and welcome to Eco Training Prudence. At the moment, we're looking at a wasp that has just caught a bee in midair. And now we're watching it as it's going to slowly start eating it. We're also going to just want to watch if it's actually going to eat it or if it's actually going to lay an egg inside it and then deposit it somewhere else. And we often do find that a lot of wasp species will actually lay their eggs in live hosts which they've paralyzed. So my name is JP LaRue, and behind the camera we've got BK. We're just going to try and zoom back onto that wasp before it disappears because it's such a fascinating thing that's happening over here. So now we're wondering, do we have parasitism that's taking place or actually a normal form of predation that's taking place? When it does come to bees and wasps, they're actually very closely related to one another. They belong into the same order. So let's see what they get up to. One of the things that I do find quite interesting is that many of the wasp species will actually parasitize other wasps and their eggs and larvae. And in that case, we refer to them as hyperparasitoids. But we also find that they will go for caterpillars as well as spiders. And one of the large spider hunting wasps that we do find around here often go for incredibly large spiders such as baboon spiders. And I've actually seen them in the past dragging them out of a hole after that they've actually paralyzed them with their sting and then dragging them several hundred meters to a hole that has been already created where they will dump them in and then leave them there. And then that live host will start being a food provision for the larvae of that wasp that then from there on will develop. Some species of wasp also has very sensitive receptors on the feet, and they actually can detect vibrations underneath the wood. And they specifically go for wood-boring beetles. And what I do find fascinating with those species is that they can actually push the other positive through that piece of bark into that wood borer larvae and then lay the egg inside it. Another thing that I do find particularly fascinating about them is that certain plant species have learned to actually evolve a strategy where they utilize wasps actually to get rid of caterpillars. And what these plants do is that they will actually create the scent of that specific species of caterpillar when those caterpillars start attacking them, and then automatically large numbers of these wasps will be attracted to the plant to come and deal with these caterpillars. However, in most cases, caterpillars feeding on a plant is not always a negative association. We also see that quite often they form a large amount of waste directly underneath the plant, which is referred to as frass, and that gets washed back into the soil and gets reutilized again by the plant.
Can you hear them? In comes the hoodie, in comes the hoodie, incoming. Oh, what a landing. The hoodie waits until all the white backs are gone and comes in. Look at that. Hoodie are the smallest, that's why. The lions are on Sydney's dam wall, so we will try and give you a view, but naturally it's not our property. We don't traverse Buffelshoek anymore. Very sad. Those were some of my happiest days with wild air, traversing Buffelshoek. There are some happy hyenas running around, I'll tell you. I actually mentioned this the other day on Live Drive. It's been a while since I've had a sighting of frenzy at a carcass. I didn't catch that name, I'm afraid, but breakfast for everyone, even the lions, absolutely. And that's why these guys are so incredible. They just clean everything up, along with the hyenas. Clean it right up. Are there any Ngala on this side, or are they all at the dam? Okay. Yeah, we don't go that side anymore, but we can view from the cut line. Is it the Talamatis? Okay. We never used to get signal here, so this is a winner. Thank you, guys. Okay, it is the Talamatis after all. They're on the dam wall, so we will turn around, but I just thought this was incredible to see the hyenas and the vultures and just the activity that happens. It's amazing. Did anyone get an idea on that other hyena? Kaika was one of them. Amazing. Okay, we'll try and maneuver to get the lions before the end of show. Let's do this, OD. Oh, look at that. All but nothing. My goodness.
So I've just arrived at Treehouse Dam. Doesn't look like there are any larger animals around, but there's definitely a lot of bird life. You can hear some birds in the background. And I just thought I'd spend a few minutes here just listening and watching, because it is so beautiful here. Have a look at those cloud formations. It's just so dramatic. So I just want to listen for a little bit. I'm hoping to hear sounds of maybe branches breaking, or elephants or buffaloes, anything like that. But also unusual bird calls. So let's have a listen for a minute. can't even hear red-billed buffalo weavers, and this is where they nest. You can see the big nest there in the tree. There's no activity from the buffalo weavers. But I can hear other birds. I can see the odd one flitting around. I think the weather's actually giving everybody a bit of confusion at the moment, because it's so hot and it's going so quickly between fully overcast and very, very hot sun, with quite a strong wind this afternoon compared to this morning. I think the animals know there's a weather change happening. There might be some rain, and so they are maybe a little bit more shy this afternoon, and that's totally valid. I completely understand it. So we will see what happens as the afternoon goes on.
We've repositioned, and it actually works in our favor anyway, signal wise, and we get much better views of the elephants. And I've mentioned this quite a few times, and it didn't come from me, it came from Rexon, but he said they're not destroyers, they are creators, and I really just love that. It's all about changing your perspective. And Rexon does a lot of the work here now that Djuma's changed its structure a little. Rexon does a lot of the work at protecting the marulas and putting the sort of wire mesh around all the trees. And although you don't want to prevent elephants from getting their food, there's also a sort of mechanism and algorithm behind it, if you like, where he knows the land better than anyone. I mean, Rexon was brought up here. This is his home. And he understands the movements of the elephants, why they're ring barking, what trees they do ring bark, and how to selectively choose specific trees to protect that'll still protect not only those trees, but the integrity of the land around it. And that's a lot of his work now. He does that. And it just deters the elephant. It doesn't harm them. It doesn't hurt them. Their food is plentiful. We're not in a drought. We're in the most lush, giving season with water everywhere. So they don't need the bark. They don't need to do that. And that's why we do protect them in the area. But they're not destroyers. They're creators. They create new things in so many ways. They're the architects, engineers, changing the land, not to destroy it, but to create something new. And it's such a beautiful, beautiful way of looking at it. Megan Edwards, you're seeing such pretty visuals. That's all down to OD, not me. He's the one with the skill behind the camera. I guess the elephants are helping. I mention this all the time, but Owen just reminded me that a lot of guides will about identifying the matriarch. And I think some guides are a bit too quick. So, that's the matriarch. But really, there's a lot more to it than just being the oldest female or therefore the largest. That's not always the case. And in that beautiful book that I always recommend, Beyond Words by Carl Safina, it's broken into elephants, orcas, and wolves. And it's wonderful. It's quite heavy at points, but it's wonderful. And it really does go into great detail about elephant societies, how they communicate, how they structure themselves. And it's all about social units. Basically, the matriarch isn't always just the biggest female, and you've got to be really careful at presuming who it is. Sometimes it is obvious, but really, when it comes to science, you've obviously got to be very conclusive. And identifying the matriarch, you should always wait, you should always observe. How you really are going to identify is not because she's the biggest female, no, is by social interactions. You need to just watch and see who they all gravitate around. Who are they reacting to? Who are they responding to? Who's the one that's sort of keeping her eye on the rest of the herd? She might not always be the big female at the front. She might just be that slightly smaller yet older female right at the back observing everybody. So sometimes it is obvious, but I think some people are just a bit too quick to see as a matriarch. You've really got to watch who they're responding to, who they are gravitating around. After all, the matriarch is key to everybody's survival. She is the one that is going to lead the herd from success to success. She's responsible for the reproductive success of the whole herd. Yes, it's the oldest elephant, so therefore should be the biggest, but it's just not always the case, and you should be careful when you're trying to identify the matriarch. Involved in the herd than any other, but it might not be immediately obvious. Calves will always be with their mothers, and the matriarch herself will have calves, but she will be involved in the herd and the decisions that are made more than any other individual. Sometimes in kinship groups, or if there's been a loss, a death of a matriarch, a new one will arise. It's not always the right one, and it's not always the oldest one, and it's not always the correct one. And what I mean by that is the book Beyond Words goes into great detail about how each individual elephant has its own personality. We can see that. And not all females are just destined to be the matriarch. It's just not always... That's just not who they're destined to be, just like we all have our own destiny. Some of them have not got what it takes to be a matriarch. And that's why sometimes the wrong female will arise, take that position. She's a bit too young maybe, with not enough knowledge, or she just wasn't meant to be a matriarch. And at the end of the day, she won't lead the herd to success, and it can be so detrimental, even fatal to some elephants. I think that's that herd moving off now, I'm afraid. We can try and see if we can catch up with others around the corner. I've gone off into the drainage line. Okay, OD, let's do a bit of a U-turn here. Are we good? The cameraman acts as your mirrors, your side mirrors, because you can't see anything behind you.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. We started off our afternoon with actually doing some tracking before we went live onto show. We spent some half an hour looking for a specific lion. However, we thought that he actually moved into adjacent property. Luckily, he did come back. He most likely came back to come and look for a drink. We're just so happy to actually being able to locate on him. It's also interesting that he's actually moved in quite a warm part of the day, as we generally don't find lions moving in the heat of the day. We've also will notice that he's also quite often yawning, which possibly indicates that he's going to get up. That's precisely what he's doing. Quite often when cats start yawning, they're actually fueling their muscles with oxygen so that they can actually start moving. I'm just going to reposition the vehicle and see what he's getting up to. Most likely, as he is a territorial male, he might start scent marking this, and it's precisely what he did. He walked up to the closest tree, turned his bum towards the tree and sprayed urine against it. Quite often that is also followed by scuffing. So we are in a sighting with a number of other vehicles, as it's a shared sighting, so you might hear different voices. You also might communicate with other vehicles. Just wanted to get permission, but it's fine that we can go ahead. So when we do share sightings, we do it on the basis that the person that locates it first is the one that can spend the most time with it. And we'll also get a second and a third vehicle in so that we don't unnecessarily pressurize the animal. Once one of those vehicles move out, then we'll make space for the first standby, and thereafter the second standby when another vehicle has moved off. One of the things I do find particularly funny about lions is that they can swim particularly well, but for some reason they don't like getting their feet wet. You can see he's actually focused on walking into the center of that muddy area rather than walking directly through the two little ruts that's been created in the middle of the road. On the side of the road. There we go, there's busy spraying again. For them, it's very important that they do spray their territory regularly. It's not the only way that they demarcate territories. They also do so by means of interdigital glands between the feet and also by rubbing their cheeks onto objects. And this just tells other male lions that they have to stay out of their territory, otherwise they will face the consequences. In this case, it's only a single male that runs the territory over here. If there is a group of males that potentially can come over here, they're very likely to actually displace him. It's also interesting that females actually prefer males in terms of coalition males rather than a single male, as if they know that there's less chance that they're going to lose their young when there's a territorial takeover and the cubs might be killed. Just going to position the vehicle over here. Absolutely stunning light at the moment with this last little bit of light, and it's actually just lifting those beautiful colors in the lion's mane out as well. Let's just listen to him. He's busy contact calling them. Oh, that's absolutely awesome. So Mundas, good afternoon and welcome back to the show. And I just want to quickly answer your question. Can they move freely? Yes, they can move freely into the Balule, and the Balule is also open to the Kruger National Park. It's quickly taking a nap and regaining some energy. Something bit him there. I think it's all those flies around his face which is hindering him.
So I've just arrived at Treehouse Dam. Doesn't look like there are any larger animals around, but there's definitely a lot of bird life. You can hear some birds in the background. And I just thought I'd spend a few minutes here just listening and watching, because it is so beautiful here. Have a look at those cloud formations. It's just so dramatic. So I just want to listen for a little bit. I'm hoping to hear sounds of maybe branches breaking or elephants or buffaloes, anything like that. But also unusual bird calls. So let's have a listen for a minute. can't even hear red-billed buffalo weavers, and this is where they nest. You can see the big nest there in the tree. There's no activity from the buffalo weavers. But I can hear other birds. I can see the odd one flitting around. I think the weather's actually giving everybody a bit of confusion at the moment, because it's so hot and it's going so quickly between fully overcast and very, very hot sun, with quite a strong wind this afternoon compared to this morning. I think the animals know there's a weather change happening. There might be some rain, and so they are maybe a little bit more shy this afternoon, and that's totally valid. I completely understand it. So we will see what happens as the afternoon goes on.
I promise I just had an animal that was in the road, actually quite a few of them. So what we're just doing is quickly repositioning, and then we'll show you. Hello Elise. Can't go too much further forward because we've got one's bum right in the road. So we'll just wait our turn. A big female, very big female off here to our right, and one very long tusk, her left tusk. Actually here there's a bit of a mud wallow, yeah, so the one right next to the big female. Now she wants the mud. So she opens it up with her feet first. It's just very cool to watch and listen to someone sit here quietly for a while. If we were parked behind her, we would be full of mud. I mean, I'm just checking how far the mud actually squirts, and she's throwing it probably about 10 meters behind her as well. Oh, Harriet, and you want me to do this to myself? Oopsie, she slipped there a little bit. It looked like it kind of annoyed her, slipping there. I think it's just the laundry after mud wallowing that might be a bit of a issue for me. Dean, I'm glad you like that. Yes, absolutely. You know, just enjoy the sound and the view of the animals. Just gonna get a little bit ahead of her, but not really shit into a path. And stop like that, and she'll just stroll right past us. No, past the other way. Actually, a rather sizable herd. There's more off to our left. Quite a few more to the right, coming into the road now. It's quite cute to see. So for every one step that the adult takes, the baby takes nearly 3. But so quiet when they walk. There's definitely something in her ear that's irritating her. I've seen her do that now 3 times. Firstly with the left ear, then with the right ear. So her coming up that close, there's absolutely nothing aggressive about her posture. But it was almost like saying, can you see how big I am?
What we've been watching is Ribbon's pair running around, chasing each other, biting each other. They're siblings, they know each other, just having the time of their life. And this other one is just staying put. It doesn't know them very well. It's going to get to know them, trust me. But right now it doesn't know them very well, and it's not really willing to come out fully out of the den just yet. I'm just waiting so we can finally piece this together. We need to move the dam cam, borrow it, and just keep it here for one night. It would actually be very cool to watch them at night time. Really cool. You would learn a lot. I would never sleep though, and that would not be a good thing. Jackie Garling. Darling. I love that, Jackie. You were saying you've never loved hyenas as much as you do now. I'm glad. I didn't either. I arrived here with not much knowledge about hyenas, really. And there is just something about hyenas. And when I arrived, Corky was the matriarch. There was Plonk, there was Sutu, there was Swana, there was Pedi. There was all sorts of cubs running amok. Indabelli and Swazi were very small. They were so young. I didn't realize that Swazi would take a big piece of my heart and run with it. But I just am very attracted and drawn to these animals, them all. But there's something really special about hyenas for me. And I know we've spent a lot of time at the den today, but 1, there's a lot happening. And 2, we've really got to get some answers. I mean, it's now 6:20, and we've got about half an hour, possibly, before the sun starts to go down. I mean, it's already started to go down, you know what I mean. It's just utterly, that was really, really fascinating. I've got a photo of the 3 of them. False monarch, you were saying, I hope we can get to know the little one.
It's a chance to nurse.
You hope it gets a chance to nurse. Well, I'm sure it will, but not from Ribbon. That's not going to happen. And it shouldn't happen. But it will, I'm sure, when its mom comes. I just don't know who Mom is. They're really keeping us in suspense. But I mean, hyenas are nocturnal, we all know this, so they really do get active once it starts to cool down, and it has been a particularly hot day, so I'm very hoping it cools down soon. Sam, again, I don't know. I don't have any knowledge. I did visit the little Gowie Den the other day, and it has been freshly dug. Someone, is using it. Was it one of our hyenas? I don't know. Was it a warthog? I don't know. Has it been freshly excavated by porcupine? I don't know. But very possibly. And I have checked the Philemon's dip dens regularly, actually, because I love that road. There's no activity there, so someone's been denning somewhere, and it's somewhere that we've obviously not been driving a lot. It's very, very thick, so any of these dens like Mvubu or Gallagher Shortcut, I really wouldn't be bashing in there right now. So possible. There's been another active den. It was actually the anti-poaching unit that found this one. It's an amazing story. We worked on it together, and they obviously reported there is a hyena with cubs. What? I couldn't even begin to put it together. And eventually we got there, and we found Ribbon at the den. And finding a den if you don't know one is there is tough. I've been coming here. I've been concentrating on this den. I haven't thought for one moment to look at other dens. Cheetah lover. Good question. Ribbon? I think that's a no. No, she does. She's just a very sleepy hyena during the day. She does get mobile at night time. Just like we sleep all the way through the night, she sleeps all the way through the day. And she's just always at the day, and she's such a wonderful mother. But she does open her eyes, yes. She's very relaxed with the vehicle here, very, very relaxed. And the cub made a little noise earlier, and immediately her eyes were open and she looked up. She's on high alert for her cubs. Fiercely protect them. But yeah, she likes to sleep. Don't we all, though? I love sleep. Okay, I'm very much hoping that in the next half an hour or so we do catch another adult visiting the den. We're just bumbling. It's very important for me in the morning to keep moving. And sometimes what's really nice to do, now this is not an attractive road, it's an access road with a power line. Sometimes it's nice just to, because we've got height, to actually just use your binos or the camera and search the road. I've actually found a leopard this way. It's really easy to spot elephants this way. Because many animals love to also use the road. So if you just gain a bit of height, you can see the entire length of the road. Well, not entire length, but you can see far. And if something's walking on the road, you're going to pick it up. Nothing so far, I'm afraid. But you see what I mean? You can really see that the birds are really calling now, and it's so beautiful. So let's just take a moment to appreciate this landscape and the beauty of the scene in front of us. Isn't it just stunning? It's already getting very hot, which might make it a bit tricky to find mobile animals. Hello. Oh, she's probably trying to dry off. And this morning with the dogs was a great example of how animals just get wet. There is... Oh, battle. Be careful, squirrel. It's a young water monitor, but it could really hurt her. Both claiming this tree is theirs. Stand off. Mammal versus reptile. I don't actually think they're fighting everyone. The monitor was lying there. But he won't be happy if a squirrel gets closer. Look at the two of them just staring at each other. This is the same squirrel, I'm sure of it. It is the female, and it is the one that moved her babies the other day, or baby, so we did only see one. But she took the baby over to a tree on the other side, but she seems to be spending most of her time here. But we've just been hoping that one day we're going to get lucky and we're going to see her carrying her little baby. We just missed it the other day. Linda Poley, you're saying this is such a oh my word moment. It is very bizarre. That's why it's sometimes good to just stop. But you're right, Linda. This is a very young water monitor. The squirrels may be still in shock after all of that rain. But even this morning on quarantine, we just stayed the whole, and we knew it was going to rain, we just didn't know when. And we just stayed the whole morning with the hyenas, and it was worth it, because in the end, the dogs came. Sometimes it's good to just sit still and see what comes to you. I feel like this sighting is bizarre. I'm not sure, Sarah. I would imagine so. The lizards haven't had much sun today. In fact, there's been almost none. They're probably low on energy, and they both use this fallen over knobthorn. So there's very little chance that they are not aware of one another's presence. We've been seeing this squirrel in this tree for about a week now, and the monitors are always here. They both utilize this as a habitat. It's a fantastic tree, actually. I even use it to mark water levels in my own sort of head. And yeah, I think she would just stand there if it was a bigger one. I'm not entirely what she's doing. Squirrels are normally full of beans. Maybe she's just trying to dry off. But animals will do all sorts of things to protect their offspring. So maybe she's got her baby back in that nest in the knobthorn. And maybe she's just trying to stop the monitor lizard from getting any closer. The birds are chirping. Everything's coming out since the rain's gone off. It's only just gone off. We didn't even think we were going to get out on time. This shows you how quickly the weather changes here. Okay, I think we're going to stay here just a tad longer, but we are going to send you guys over to Tessa.
Goodness, that certainly sounds like quite the interaction between those two. It's amazing how all of these animals can become so tenacious, so protective. I can't imagine if there was a lizard the size of me, I suppose it would have to be a dinosaur. I can't imagine having a face-off with a dinosaur. In essence, that's what the squirrel is doing. Wow. Survival of the fittest, everybody. Survival of the fittest. I can tell you that thanks to the rain. Okay, we're going to head over to Lauren quickly to that interaction.
A little bit of action there. Lizard got up, squirrel ran back. Chad said he saw movement in that stump. I didn't see it. But if there's movement in the stump, then it's not mum, which means the young or the baby, I don't know if it's more than one, is in there. And that's what she's doing. How fascinating. But the baby that we saw, I'm not able to show you the photo, but it's tiny. It's very, very small. It's not mobile or any... Oh, she goes up, she goes up. Okay, she's gone in. She disappears just like that. There must be a real hollow sort of tube in there that she can go all the way down and make sure she keeps her babies safe. I hope she doesn't think about bringing them out now. In all my time here, we have, seen rescued squirrels and orphan squirrels, but never seen this in the wild. And it was very cool, I must say. Miss Rowan's class. She's a mama. She's got babies there. That lizard could definitely hurt or even eat one of her very small little babies. They're different species, remember. Not all the organisms out here are friends, I'm afraid, so she's just not very happy that there's an intruder in her nest area in the form of a monitor lizard. And he just wants his space. He doesn't want anyone interrupting his routine in his space, which is why he isn't the biggest fan of her. Most mothers in the animal kingdom will do whatever it takes to protect their offspring, whatever they can do. I wonder if she'll come back out again or if that's it. Wild earth lover. I don't really know what you mean. You get squirrels all around the world, but there are different species. So just like there are different species of antelope, or there are different species of butterfly, you do get... Sorry, I thought I saw movement there as well, but I think it's just my bad eyesight. There are different species of squirrel. This is a tree squirrel. And in the UK, we get lots of squirrels as well. We get the grey squirrel, the red squirrel, and some of our squirrels can actually be very problematic. Ah, is that her? Yes. Hello again. I thought I saw movement. Sweet. But yes, there are different species, so I'm not actually familiar with the species you get in North America, I'm afraid. But this is a tree squirrel. And this is actually quite a petite squirrel. You do get much bigger species. The red squirrel and the grey squirrel in the UK are much bigger. But I'm not familiar with the species in North America. This one's particularly petite. Malaki, generally speaking, the water monitors don't change color. Not like a chameleon, if that's what you're sort of referring to. They can darken, normally when they're very, very cold, you'll find that they look a lot darker. Whereas when they're warm and they've seen lots of sun, they will lighten in color. But generally speaking, they don't change color. Nothing like the chameleons.
Welcome back. We're still with this breeding heart of elephant. Slowly moving to the east. We're going to observe what they're going to do and which area they like to move in the area. We're going to follow them and let's enjoy the sound of an elephant grazing in the area and browsing at the same time.
seems like they are up and going. They've started greeting one another, so I don't think it's going to be too long until they start moving.
On Zoe's Road, I'm approaching at Berenati in junction with Zoe.
Whew. I don't know if you guys can hear, but there's a lot of, it's almost like a squeaky toy, the noise that they make. So this is normally the greeting ceremony that they do before they go up and then start becoming active and moving around. So hopefully this is the beginning. All of them greeting one another. There are quite a few of them missing, but at least there's some action. Just guys, don't go behind the Djuma man. Let's just wait. Oh, there you see they're popping out on this side, and they might just pop in front of us. Oh, well, look at that. Sounds like some of the youngsters are being reprimanded for whatever reason. Going back there. Oh, there's a lot of dogs coming from a bunch of different directions. Ah, this Djuma man. Oh, I'm gonna come in front of us again. Oh, that's pretty cool. Gotta love the noises that they make. Let me just go forward. Don't know how much this is gonna help, but we're all running down the road, and they're going at quite a pace. These dogs really do need to know how to run. Okay, they're just in front of us. I'm just gonna pull to the side so that the cars behind us can have a view. Look at all those little heads popping up. So the ones in the middle, those are all the pups, as you can see by size. How epic were all of those sounds? It was chaos, and now they're all chilled. Beverly, yeah, it almost does sound like a little bird chirp. It's quite something, isn't it? It's really epic when they all do it at the same time. It's oh, what's happening there? Are you guys still playing around? They got us all excited, and then all of a sudden they just, you know, flew by onto the roads and just found this spot here, and it's almost like, okay, we ran too quickly. She's got maybe some brain rush or something like that. Too much blood flowing to to their heads after that very quick run that they did, and now they're obviously exhausted again. Oh, it seems like Lauren has managed to find a better view of her cat, so let's head over to see if we can ID who it is.
Okay, let's stick our nose in. Oh no, he's moving again. He is stalking something. Look at that. Look. Looks like he's gonna pounce. Look at all here. It's really tricky to see, but it is. I think we might have been better where we were. Do you want me to reposition, Udi? Oh, the impala running along the damn wall. Look. Okay, they've stopped running, but they were running. I wonder if that's what's attracting his attention. Oh, look, they're all running. Run. Oh, he's up. We're not going to get a visual, but he's chasing something. He's chasing the impala. He's up the top. Oh, and look. No, those people's heads in the way, but he's up. He's chasing those impala. I knew it. He ran all the way up the damn wall. What you gonna do now, boy? They've seen you. Or have they? My goodness, this is really tense. Shasha boy, they saw you. Do you know what I think's going to be nice is if we maybe quickly zip round now and get him on the damn wall. The impala have all ran. He's visible now. What do you think, Owen? Because there is a vehicle here, so let's just quickly zip round and try and get him from the other side. You ready? He's so nice to see a leopard sitting on top of a damn wall. It was very exciting. I knew it. I said to Owen, there's impala running. I knew he was looking at them, but it wasn't successful. You know that phrase, bite off more than you can chew? I think that's what happened there. There's the impala. You were making the great migration, weren't you? And you spotted a leopard. Oh, how terrible. How awful. Is he still there? Okay. Okay, there is another vehicle here, so I'm just going to figure out how I'm going to position. Oh, he's mobile. Nope, he's not. I take that back. You gotta love it when animals do that to you. Okay, there we go. Poor Shasha. Oh, okay, that didn't quite go to plan. There we go. It was a very impressive rock climb though, Shasha. It was very impressive. You just didn't quite get what you were after, but that's okay. It happens to the best of us. Oh, the skies are looking heavy. I'm hoping it holds off naturally. Look at your pink nose. It's actually way better for us, for him to be out in the open on the damn wall like this. What you gonna do now, boy? This will happen for leopards all the time. Unsuccessful and failed attempts. That was actually a very special sighting. So we're gonna stay here as long as we can. Let's hope the lightning holds off. Hello. How are you this fine morning? You look very dark, which tells me you're wet. He's just a youngster. Smelling us. Do you smell my coffee with almond milk? Elephants can be very reactive, especially if they've had a rough night. There's been lots of thunder and lots of lightning and torrential downpours. They can actually be very reactive in the morning because they've had a hard night. We see you. That's a young boy. Off he goes. I just wonder if he's not on his own. So because it's so thick, I really can't see anything. So what we're going to do is just drive really slowly and see if we can spot any other big grey bodies. Elephants know you're there long before you know they're there, but you just don't want to drive too close to them, which startles them. But they're not startled because they didn't know you were there. They can hear you coming from long. Yes, there are more. Can you get them from here, Dove? It's not ideal. What a perfect sight time. We have literally just bumped into some ellies tearing apart the tree But this is actually a good thing. The hyenas are somewhere here. So maybe between all of us we can listen, we can hear the Ellie. But if we can pick up on some whoops or contact calls, that's going to be such a winner for us right now. I'm not off-roading after highly mobile hyenas in the dark. The little ones. Oh. Want to say hello. Hello. We don't have any lights on. Elephants can get irritated by lights. Have any lights on. This is solely infrared. You guys listen and just enjoy this. Elephants on a hot summer's night. had to push that over right in front of our tree. Right in front of our car, sorry. It's fine. It's fun. Hey, girl. I'm so happy to see you right now. Yes, I am. I'm still going to stay silent, everyone, and just let you listen to this incredible sighting. still here, everyone. I just think you don't need to hear my voice right now. This is just something that you can all enjoy.
They're still feeding, just literally anything they can find. They'll put into their mouth now, slowly chew, swallow, and do it again. And you'll see often they don't even wait for the food to be done chewed and put another clump of grass or anything really into the mouth. So yeah, from this angle you can see the tusks, actually both of them facing quite a bit outwards and no thickness to it whatsoever. So of course that is just genetic. It's like Lauren was saying earlier about tuskers. If you don't have good genes in your family when it comes to teeth, then most likely you're not going to have very large teeth. Well, didn't want that branch, it was just in a way, so quickly broke it off, took it away, and I'll start feeding underneath it again. It's wonderful being that strong. Now you can actually see the other youngster I was talking about, sorry Odie, it's a little bit to the right. So again, they're tough to see in this long grass. Imagine it's like the other one that's lying down. I can't see it at all, and it must be about 20 meters away from us. Actually, this one's still walking. You can see no tusks on it, so it's still under 2 years old. Even for elephants, for a youngster like that, it must be fun when the rain has come down, all the moisture's around. You know, it's not even following the mother so closely behind, not like the youngster you saw yesterday afternoon. There we go. Now going closer to mom. I think in a bit we'll reposition, see if we can get a better view of them. They seem to be moving closer to the road. Slowly move out, see where they go. Quite a moody day, hey?
Well, that's pretty cool. There's a genet that's been watching Shasha all along, just on top there of that other really thin marula tree. Huh. Well, that's quite unusual. The last sighting I had of a genet in a leopard was actually Tristan and I went to Londolozi not long ago, maybe about a month ago. And we found, with the guide that was doing the transfer for us, like a really cool guide called Kirsten, we saw this genet on top of a very thin branch of a tree, and we're like, no, there's no reason why a genet would be up there for no reason. And then we started scanning, and at the bottom of the tree, then we saw hidden in the rocks was a leopard cub. And then the genet was on the top of the tree, there was a kill on the tree, and then the leopard at the bottom. It was quite something. So I wonder what has actually happened. I don't know if there's a hole in that tree And that's where the genet's been coming out from, because it seems to be pretty perched in there. Let me just switch this radio off a little bit. But it's a very cool sighting. Huh. What an extra surprise. I don't think this genet knows what to do. Oh, little genet, how did you get yourself up there? Genets can be active during the day, but they're mainly animals that are crepuscular or nocturnal. They move around in lower light conditions, and that's when we tend to see a lot of them. But they can, as we know, they can move sometimes during the day, and today is a pretty dark day. I mean, it's been strange weather, so perhaps it was busy out and about looking for food, and then, I don't know, maybe he bumped into Shasha, and he was like, nope. Went up the tree to try and stay away from it. It seems like an older genet as well. Almost looks like a little bit of a Yoda because it's got a broken ear. Oh, you poor genet. How stressful it must be to be you. Gianna, I agree with you. The sighting keeps getting better and better. It's unbelievable that they're... Shame. This is one of the best views of a genet that I've had in a very long time. Although I must say, I had a very cool sighting with Darren on my previous stint of Shasha actually hunting a genet. So I don't know if there's a theme here, if this leopard likes eating genets. Maybe he chased that genet up a tree before he got the impala. I mean, there are a couple of possibilities. Because this is, yeah, like I said, this is the second time that I've seen Shasha close to a genet, or, well, we don't know if they were involved. The genet definitely knows that the leopard is here, but I don't think Shasha knows that the genet is there, or if he does know, doesn't seem particularly fazed by his presence or anything like it. He's not even looking in that direction. Yeah, Shasha is still there, but I don't want to sound like a spoiled brat, but we get to see way more leopards than what we get to see genets like this out in the open, which is pretty cool. Like I said, I thought maybe there was a hole in there where the genet is, but I don't know if it had some sort of altercation with Shasha and that's why it went up the tree, or if maybe it was moving around here and then saw that Shasha was around and then just decided to go up the tree just to stay away. It obviously knows that there is a leopard there, and it's just looking very alert, and it's looking past us. We're not blocking the view or anything, and Josh is still by the base of the termite mound, just chilling down there. He's looking very hot, and then I think this is a large spotted genet because it's got a tip of a blacktail. We get two similar species here, one slightly larger than the other one, the small spotted genet and then the large spotted genet. So the only reason we could actually see it is because we saw the tail hanging, and as we picked up binoculars, Aubrey turned around, and Aubrey's one of the guys at Djuma, and he was like, did you see the genet? We're like, oh goodness, it is. So they are quite arboreal creatures. They do live in holes, or they can go into holes in the trees, and that's where they spend the night, or when they go and rest, and then they spend the day there as well. But we don't really see them this well. It's not a common sight at all. It's more common during the night when you go around with the spotlight and then you see them, but it's actually a very special sighting, what we're witnessing now. Like I said, probably an older individual. It seems like it's missing half an ear, or, well, not missing, but it's been split, so I wonder if it's run to Shasha before, or ran into Shasha before. Maybe it's just looking to go down there. It is facing the bottom part, so I don't know, maybe he wants to go down there. Oh, let me just turn the radio down a little bit. Pretty epic. What a good sighting. That's so cool. And then the fact that it's so chilled. And Josh is he's still resting. So I know we want to see the leopard, but let's see what the genet does, because the leopard will very likely just move back to the kill. I want to see if maybe the genet will go further up, or if it will actually just come down and then run somewhere else. And then, of course, if it comes down, we're not going to follow it. I don't think it'll be a very small creature to follow out in the bush. It'll likely run into another tree, and we won't be able to see it. Also, we don't want to get in the way if there's a little genet running away from a potential predator such as a leopard. I don't think Shasha would be interested in the genet, though. Not today. Maybe another day that he's hungry, but today he's got a big kill there that he doesn't need to worry about.
I found my water hole for the afternoon. The twin of twin dams, Lawrence Pan. And look how sweet is this. This is something you don't actually often see, a tortoise drinking. A leopard tortoise. You don't often see that. You see them on the road scuttling away, moving away. It's quite rare to get amazing visuals. And this one's actually drinking. Oh, that's so sweet. I don't know why it's sweet, to be honest, but it is. Completely replenishing its water levels. Not only will it sort of be going in... Hey, goodness, what is wrong with you guys? Not only will the water sort of go into the stomach, it will also drink extra water for that bursa sac of theirs and fill it up. And that's a wonderful thing about summer, if you really do have to move an animal like this, because you shouldn't pick them up. But if it's in the middle of a main road, of course, everyone's going to want to pick them up and just move them off the road, because any injury that's going to happen is going to be human caused. But because there is so much water around, you don't have to worry about them dehydrating. This is so lovely. I don't know if I've ever seen one drink like this before. Linda, you're saying first time for you, and it's adorable. Agreed. I also think it's the first time for me. We see them, but I've never seen one sort of in this position having a really good drink. Now I'm feeling thirsty. Reptiles do need water, of course. They have a completely different biology, but they do need water. Every organism, one way or another, needs water. I can't believe this pan now has water. I'm overjoyed. We're going to spend a little bit of time here. I'm going to try and do some dragonflies, listen to bird calls. I mean, it's not quite the pan that it will become, but I've spent many, many hours here. It's brought me lots of happiness. It's a wonderful place for birds, for the weavers, for insects, and clearly for tortoises. Oh, he's moving. He's on the move. Highly mobile animal. Are we eating now? Remarkable. We've had a little drink and now it's time to eat. Gary, you were saying this is amazing to see this in the wild and live. It is. It's not all about the big things. It's not all about the cats. This is so cool. We do see leopard tortoises around, but normally when they hear the vehicle, they sort of hide and the views are never this good. I don't think it fully realizes that we are maybe here. Eating all the delicious grass.
We're just quickly looking at tracks. I don't know, Odie, if you can frame that up, because you can actually see, just to give an idea how easy this is after rain. You can actually see the tracks quite well formed. Even from there, you can see the little claw marks. Now what I do have with me, let's see if this works. But yeah, lots and lots and lots of hyenas around. Odie, I'm going to use a laser pointer while I'm here.
Check that one.
Yeah, let's look at that one. Actually, that's probably not the best one. Yeah, the angle's a bit tough. Let's try find a bit of track. You're going to have to take my word for it. These are hyena tracks. There was actually one walking on the right-hand track, well, the right-hand track and the left tire track, both of them going this way. Luckily with them, the claw marks face in the direction they're walking. It's a bit obvious, sorry for that. It is still rather early. So we're on a road called Philemon's Dip, and I think we drove this road back to camp last night when it started raining out. Quite liked it. Gonna go through a little sandy dip soon. Some old elephant dung in front of us. You can see already worked through by these ground birds and of course dung beetles. They've been rife and rampant after this amount of rain. What we started getting now are these tiny little bugs called shield bugs, or basically stink bugs. And oh, they are just everywhere. If you leave a light on here, especially when you're eating, they tend to gather around your food. And I can tell you now, they taste exactly how they smell. So for all of you that's ever smelt a stink bug, don't eat it. It's not fun. So yeah, let's continue on our way to a cut line. Like I said, everything in first gear, slowly cruising along.
Indabele has decided that it's going to be fun to eat plants. Are you going vegetarian on us, dear? She scratched her entire body on the car, but I just want you to have a look at her body, everybody. Swaz has wandered off. This is Indabele. Once you get a good look, naturally they're not making it easy for us this morning because they're so attracted to the car, but just have a look. I feel like her shape looks different, her physique. You're welcome to call me crazy. You're welcome to disagree, and you're also welcome to agree. But just look at her body. Look at the curvature of her spine and the low-hanging tummy. It just looks a little bit different than normal. I just want to check on them. She's gone back under the car. I mean, the car's a great place to be. Juanito, yes, you have to be very cautious, and you'll notice earlier, okay, there's Ndebele. You really need a side profile, to be honest. It doesn't look any different from behind. Well, just when she's standing to the side, just share your thoughts with me. Of course, you have to be very cautious when animals come to the car, all sorts of animals. And of course, they don't speak English, or maybe they do, but there's a lot to be said in your tone. Now, when an animal does come very close, I'm a big believer that you don't want to give them a fright. A lot of accidents happen with wild animals, elephants, snakes, even domestic dogs, actually. When you give them a fright, they react or they feel cornered, and that's when accidents happen. So although these animals are not going to feel cornered, I don't want to give them a fright. I want to go, hey, or turn on the engine to the point where they maybe react in the opposite way that I'm intending. So when these guys do come close to the car, a little bit of a hey, and that tone of voice actually will make a big difference. Now, if they got far too close, then yes, of course, you would need to react. But there's a lot to be said with the tone of your voice. Oh, now we've got a stick in our mouth. Okay. Now, if an elephant, for example, gets too close and they are not happy, you also have to match their energy levels. So sometimes you do have to get really angry with an elephant and say, hey, but really, really mean it. Like, really be angry, and the elephant will feel that. So really, you've got to kind of match the situation with the animal. These hyenas are very, very curious, and obviously we've spent a lot of time with them for many years now, but they are very attracted to the car. They just must love the smell and the feel and just want to know what it is. And I think let's get a little bit closer to them. Once they go into the long grass, I'm afraid, we are not going to be able to follow. But yes, you have to be very, very cautious. Know the animal. Oh, goodness. Pay attention, watch the body language. But do I get nervous? Not necessarily, I must say. You've got to be in control. Just like sharks can sort of sense fear, I'm a firm believer that animals can too. So you've got to be in control of the situation. I'll spend all morning with you guys, happily. And this is happening right outside our camp. That's the wonderful thing about quarantine. These are the sightings that I crave and that I've missed. We have a lot of action happening on quarantine. That's why we always check it. But of late, it has been rather quiet. Deborah, you are more than beyond delighted to have seen hyenas today. Me too. Once we woke up and we realized just how white everything was, there was a lot of preparation and borrowing clothes, and I wasn't sure we were really going to see anything. But then Swaz and Ndebele came into camp. But you have to remember, it's not something that you should promote. But with Swaz and Ndebele, this was at the time when Corky was the matriarch. And do you see that marula on the corner of quarantine, that iconic marula at about 12:30? Just behind that marula, just if you look at the thicket behind it, that's where we last saw Pretty. I believe that drainage in there that runs into Gallagher Pan drainage, you obviously can't see it, but it's right there. I believe that's where Pretty passed. Something was very wrong at the end. She didn't have much use of her back legs, but it didn't look like an attack by another animal. It looked like her back legs were just wasting away. It was very sad. And Pretty is Swaz and Ndebele's mother, so they lost her very young. And this quarantine was still the sort of hubbub of the Djuma clan activity. The den was just along the road. They do seem to have shifted a little bit south, but that's normal. And I do feel that because Swaz and Ndebele were on their own from quite a young age, they still were looked after. They still had Corky, their mum's best friend. But I just feel they spent a lot of time in our camp, because it probably provided shelter and lots of interesting smells, maybe a bit of safety. So they're just very familiar with our camp. I think they just spent such a long time there. They saw us all walking up and down constantly, and they're just quite familiar with people. Now, I'm not saying that's the case across the board. Not at all, but with these two. Dogs! We've got dogs! Oh my goodness! Wild dogs! Oh my goodness, the dogs are hunting. I can't believe it. Have you got them? The dogs are hunting, the impalas are starting, oh my goodness, madness. Okay, let me try and go forward a little bit. And the dogs are there. They're all here. Got them? I haven't seen dogs this stint, everyone. Rowan was very excited to see the Hamilton's pack, so I let him go multiple times because I just wanted him to be happy. Hello, doggies. Now, if any of you can identify the pack, please let me know. I know that I will not be able... Oh, my cameraman's smiling. Yay. Fiona, I know, action-packed. I've literally just sat on quarantine. Oh, look at them up the mound. This is quarantine. Just behind this mound, there's a dead tree. That's our camp. That is where we live. We were literally just watching Indabelle, Swaz and Novella, and the dogs come in now. Indabelle is excited. Look at her, following the dogs. Maybe that's why they're here. Maybe the dogs were sleeping nearby. Look at Indabelle running. Okay, they're hunting impala right down towards camp. I'm gonna move. If this ends up happening in our camp, oh my goodness, it's happened before in camp. Oh. Oh, hello, Ribbon. Ribbon's also here. Hi, girl. I don't know where to go look or what to do. Okay, Ribbon, I'm gonna follow the doggies. Just while I can. Okay, now she's gonna run alongside the car. Of course she is. Go, Ribbon, go. Everybody's down there, you see that? I don't think they got the impala. Wow, I did not expect that type of morning. I think this is why. You see our camp, see that little sign, Djuma Research Camp? There you go. Everything is literally happening right here. Okay, I'm gonna go a little bit closer. Oh no, 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 don't go into, no, guys. No, not going into camp. Yeah, you take a big extra sip of that coffee. You're gonna need it. Okay, this is home. Guys, there's a no entry sign. They don't read the signs. I don't know why. Oh my goodness, it's been a really long time since I've had a sighting like this. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Even the red chassis cuckoo is getting involved. It's so good to see dogs. I really haven't seen them in a very, very long time. Ah! Elephants on quarantine! Oh my goodness, everybody's here. We've got Ellies all huddled together sleeping. Dogs and hyenas. Well, this has turned out to be the most perfect morning, everyone.
Let's just watch this quickly.
So we are still just appreciating Ribbon and her cubs that are suckling, and poor Heart's cub is kind of just milling around in the background, waiting for Heart to come back. But Heart has finally disappeared into the thickets on the other side towards the drainage line. So while we're here, we are just going to have a listen, because the cubs are making some very cute noises every now and then, really learning to vocalize. And of course, there's some lovely sounds around us with the birds calling. So let's have a listen while we watch. So Heart has just arrived back again. You could see her reaction straight away from the cubs. I don't know if she's trying to walk off some of the meat or if she's just interested in the smells. It looks like she's looking for something. So I'm wondering if she's smelling the other hyena that was here. Maybe it came past the den site. She's had a bit of a swim, it looks like. Cooling off that big belly.
We've repositioned, and it actually works in our favor anyway, signal wise, and we get much better views of the elephants. And I've mentioned this quite a few times, and it didn't come from me, it came from Rexon, but he said they're not destroyers, they are creators, and I really just love that. It's all about changing your perspective. And Rexon does a lot of the work here now that Djuma's changed the structure a little. Rexon does a lot of the work at protecting the marulas and putting the sort of wire mesh around all the trees. And although you don't want to prevent elephants from getting their food, there's also a sort of mechanism and algorithm behind it, if you like, where he knows the land better than anyone. I mean, Rexon was brought up here. This is his home. And he understands the movements of the elephants, why they're ring barking, what trees they do ring bark, and how to selectively choose specific trees to protect that'll still protect not only those trees, but the integrity of the land around it. And that's a lot of his work now. He does that. And it just deters the elephant. It doesn't harm them. It doesn't hurt them. Their food is plentiful. We're not in a drought. We're in the most lush, giving season with water everywhere. So they don't need the bark. They don't need to do that. And that's why we do protect them in the area. But they're not destroyers. They're creators. They create new things in so many ways. They're the architects, engineers, changing the land, not to destroy it, but to create something new. And it's such a beautiful, beautiful way of looking at it. Megan Edwards, you're seeing such pretty visuals. That's all down to OD, not me. He's the one with the skill behind the camera. I guess the elephants are helping. I mention this all the time, but Owen just reminded me that a lot of guides will about identifying the matriarch. And I think some guides are a bit too quick. So that's the matriarch. But really, there's a lot more to it than just being the oldest female or therefore the largest. That's not always the case. And in that beautiful book that I always recommend, Beyond Words by Carl Safina, it's broken into elephants, orcas, and wolves. And it's wonderful. It's quite heavy at points, but it's wonderful. And it really does go into great detail about elephant societies, how they communicate, how they structure themselves. And it's all about social units. Basically, the matriarch isn't always just the biggest female, and you've got to be really careful at presuming who it is. Sometimes it is obvious, but really, when it comes to science, you've obviously got to be very conclusive. And in identifying the matriarch, you should always wait, you should always observe. How you really are going to identify is not because she's the biggest female, no, is by social interactions. You need to just watch and see who they all gravitate around. Who are they reacting to? Who are they responding to? Who's the one that's sort of keeping her eye on the rest of the herd? She might not always be the big female at the front. She might just be that slightly smaller yet older female right at the back observing everybody. So sometimes it is obvious, but I think some people are just a bit too quick to say that's a matriarch. You've really got to watch who they're responding to, who they are gravitating around. After all, the matriarch is key to everybody's survival. She is the one that is going to lead the herd from success to success. She's responsible for the reproductive success of the whole herd. Yes, it's the oldest elephant, so therefore should be the biggest, but it's just not always the case, and you should be careful when you're trying to identify the matriarch. Involved in the herd than any other, but it might not be immediately obvious. Calves will always be with their mothers, and the matriarch herself will have calves, but she will be involved in the herd and the decisions that are made more than any other individual. Sometimes in kinship groups, or if there's been a loss, a death of a matriarch, a new one will arise. It's not always the right one, and it's not always the oldest one, and it's not always the correct one. And what I mean by that is the book Beyond Words goes into great detail about how each individual elephant has its own personality. We can see that. And not all females are just destined to be the matriarch. It's just not always... That's just not who they're destined to be, just like we all have our own destiny. Some of them have not got what it takes to be a matriarch. And that's why sometimes the wrong female will arise, take that position. She's a bit too young maybe, with not enough knowledge, or she just wasn't meant to be a matriarch. And at the end of the day, she won't lead the herd to success, and it can be so detrimental. so even fatal to some elephants. I think that's that herd moving off now, I'm afraid. We can try and see if we can catch up with others around the corner. I think they've gone off into the drainage line. Okay, OD, let's do a bit of a U-turn here. Are we good? The cameraman acts as your mirrors, your side mirrors, because you can't see anything behind you. I'm just going to drive slowly in case there are any more elephants. And if I can't find any more, then we're going to continue our search for signs of Tlalamba.
And it's just that sort of late morning, the sun has come out from the clouds, and it just sort of feels like it brings a bit of calmness to a disruptive morning, and that's amazing. That's just what we want. As I mentioned a number of times in the past, there's just something about watching herbivores graze, whether it's elephants or a herd of buffalo slowly grazing around you, or even impala and water buckets. There's a calming sort of effect just watching them, and that's exactly what we're going to do for a few moments. Yeah, no, we're heading into March, and April, May, all depending on the area, is when the rutting season starts, and that's well, impala males rutting season, and that's another annual event that I certainly look forward to. I mean, to see these males battle each other, and I mean, some of these fights gets quite intense, and I've personally witnessed mortalities due to fighting between males. I mean, if you look at those horn tips, they are razor sharp. So many spectacles to look forward to every year, whether it's the bird migrations, you know, arriving the migrants, you know, the rutting season of the impalas, the birth season, which I was fortunate enough to witness on my previous shift. You know, as naturalists, we have these annual sort of events. It's like a nature calendar in a way. What are you guys doing? You see, it's almost like a precursor to the rut. In the next month, you will start seeing you'll see that it's just slowly and cumulatively, you'll see more and more aggression between males as their testosterone levels rises. Good morning, Des. And Des says their coats look so shiny and healthy. Yes, no, absolutely. I mean, we sort of moving towards the later stages of the rainy season, so the grazing is optimum. And their condition will improve now in the run-up to the ruts. It will peak sort of towards the end of April. And that's vital, considering that soon after that, when they start with the rutting season, they tend to feed a lot less. There's a lot of emphasis on fighting each other, and then once that's done is to herd and keep your harem that you've managed to win. Let's just watch this quickly.
Welcome back. We're still with these breeding herd of elephant, slowly moving to the east. So we're going to observe what they're going to do and which area they like to move in the area. We're going to follow them and let's enjoy the sound of an elephant grazing in the area and browsing at the same time.
So I know I've said it before, but I'm just going to sit quietly because this elephant is now quite close to us. You just want to enjoy being next to this big boy. So cool to see his trunk is just sweeping around, sucking up marulas. Yeah, I say it all the time, Laura Moore, but I don't know, there's nothing quite as cool as spending time with these big grey buttes. I'm just watching that tail very closely, because if he opens that chamber now, it's going to be bad. It's literally head height. There's a pretty good distraction from looking for dark mane. Zebi, my heart doesn't skip a beat, but it gets filled with happiness. Especially this one. There's times when they come that close and their body language is very different, and you definitely pucker up a little bit and your heart rate increases. But with this guy, he's being so gentle and so relaxed the whole time that from when we drove in. He's just showed us complete calmness, so that's why I was happy to come park where we did. And then he's the one who fed towards us. So it's very, very special. I mean, Gert, Amy and myself, we've all been around lots of elephants, but I think every single time they come close like that, it's very, very special. I'm just going to reverse so that for the last little bits of watching, and we're watching his face head on. Thanks, FC. FC is just letting me know that a lot of you watching are loving spending time with this big man. I'm sort of trying to rack my head that elephant bull. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us here on our beautiful sunset safari on Djuma Private Game Reserve, Sabi Sand, South Africa. Welcome, everybody. My name is Cedric Dold, and behind the camera we've got Eckhard. And of course, we are on Rusty this afternoon, and on Wendy we are going to have Tess and Odie. So thank you, everybody, thank you so much for joining us, and for the Sunset Safari. I just want to say we do apologize that we did have a huge storm that came through Djuma Private Game Reserve right as we were about to get going on our Sunset Safari. A huge electrical storm came through, and unfortunately before the rain came, lightning hit one of the blocks here on Djuma Private Game Reserve, and of course we ended up with quite a bit of a fire. So of course Tess, Odie, Eckhard, myself, we all went out to go and help the guys inside the bush to put out that fire before it became too bad, which we were very successful with. And on top of that, the rain did come and also gave us a hand putting that fire out as well. So yes, it has been a very eventful afternoon for us, doing other things of course, and trying to help the guys around here on this property to make sure that we don't burn this entire property down with a lightning storm. But yes, I'm so happy that everybody's with us. As you guys know, please this afternoon, if you got any comments or questions or any suggestions for us this afternoon, as we are live and we are interactive, so make sure to join us on our social media page, Twitter, #WildEarth, or just go to our website, wildearth.tv, and go onto our channel page and make sure that you do register there. And of course, any kids under the age of 18, pop us an email please at kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Please send those comments, send those questions and suggestions, and keep us on our toes, and we will keep you entertained and you guys keep us entertained. It'll be fantastic. Henry, good afternoon. Thank you very much. Yes, so I'm really happy to be on the safari with you folks at home and wherever you are watching Wild Earth. And thank you. Yes, we are safe and we are looking forward to, well, we still got some time for a bumble. So I'm really hoping that we can find something really exciting for everybody at home or wherever you're watching, and have some entertainment for this afternoon this side. So yes, let's see if we can go and find something out there. And while we got the time still and the sun is still a little bit up, and as you can see, it's blue skies. It's amazing how quickly this weather has changed. It's all of a sudden, it's just really became a beautiful afternoon. And I think because of that rain, I think this afternoon sunset is going to be magical, because imagine all that rain has just really settled all the dust and smog that's in the air, and of course it's going to be so clear and with a couple of clouds around, which is going to be really pretty. And you can see the puddles around here on the roads, quite a bit of puddles around. So while we continue with our drive, let's go over to Tess and for her to say good afternoon to everybody. And she's sitting where the fire was, where we had to kill the fire this afternoon.
Isn't it quite a strange contrast to what we experienced earlier? I am sitting with the last remnants of the fire. We have got a team working here, so don't worry. They are coming to put out all of these logs as we speak. But we wanted to show you some of the fire damage up here on Sandy Patch. My name is Tess. I'm going to be your guide on safari here for the rest of the afternoon. Behind the camera is Owen. And we wanted to share a little bit of what's happened, some of the wounds and battle scars that happen when you're busy, full of blisters and splinters and burn wounds and all these fun things. But don't worry, we're absolutely fine. And we wanted to share what happens when there's a freak lightning storm 10 minutes before we're about to go live, and it strikes the ground and we end up with a fire. Now, we fought the fire for quite a while this afternoon, but don't worry, all of us are absolutely fine. There is still a bit of smoke that you can see, but the team is working. You might even hear them in the background. So we've got the tractor out here spraying water. They're busy dispersing the last few flames. Luckily, the rain came in at just the right time, and it was quite a thick sheet of rain. It seems to have put most of the fire out. But myself and Cedric and, the whole Wild Earth team, actually, we worked really, really hard this afternoon. Also, thanks to Dion and the Chitwa team, everybody that came to help. We worked hard, we curbed the fire, and then the rain really just killed it off at the end. pretty much all that is still burning and smoking are the very thick logs that take a while to burn out, and that is what the team is now sorting out. But you can see where this fire is. I want you to note this is fine. They are going to come and put it out. Have a look around that flame. Everything is already black and burned, which means that this cannot transfer to anywhere else right now. It is localized to that log where there is still some fuel. They'll put it out and it can't transfer to any grass because there's no dry grass left around it. So that's the little bits of smoke. Charles, I even had to change my lucky hat because we got so drenched and covered in ash and all the good things. But I should have worn a red fireman's hat. That would have been quite fitting. No, unfortunately, I don't actually own one of those, but it's been an interesting day, I must tell you. Thanks to the circumstances and having to change our clothes and dress everything and, you know, put on some dressings and all of those things. I'm even wearing short pants. Can you believe it? Let's take this day as a moment in history. I'm wearing short pants. I wear them a lot at home, but never on drive. But look at that blue sky. It's as though the storm never happened. Just a few trees that still have some fuel burning. Now, I've seen felt fires before. It was my first time actually fighting a felt fire like that with beaters out on the ground. And I can tell you we were quite surprised. We had this massive gust of wind to see how quickly the fire actually moved. But luckily, everything is under control.
I'm just going to see what's happening there. Well, it did rain quite a bit. There is absolutely no tracks around. Everything has been washed away. But if we do find leopard tracks or lion tracks now, then you know it is so fresh. It did happen in the last half an hour to an hour, which will be very substantial and definitely something to follow up on. But let's see what's happening at the Djuma clan's home. See if we're lucky and see if anybody is at home. That'll be fantastic. It'll be very nice. A good start, I think. Very good start. Very good start. Yeah, no, the storm was quite heavy, quite hectic. I mean, we didn't expect any rain. There was no rain predicted for this afternoon. I only said maybe 11 o'clock tonight there was rain predicted, and all of a sudden we were caught unaware. And it just changed. The weather just changed. It turned, and we were caught very much unaware there. But well, that's how it is. That's how we work in the bush. It's part of nature. It's always good. Some good old rain. We got little ones out there. Hello. Corkies, yeah, Djuma. Lovely. I'm so happy to see them. Hello. Welcome back. As you can see, we got, of course, the Djuma clan, the hyena clan, all up here at the den site with all Intima, with the little two youngsters busy suckling. And of course, a little bit further down, we've got all, I'm just trying to move my head there, I've got our Corky, the little one, suckling on that side. So yes, looks like the All little clannies here. But look at this little one coming down here now. A little inquisitive. Hello, little one. Hello. Very, very curious. Of course, nice and fresh after that rain. Definitely, they're very happy it's not so hot. The sun is not too strong. And everything has cooled down after that heavy rain that we did have. Of course, the little ones are out and about playing. As you can see, it's this. Yeah, no, I do. Thank you very much. I know that it's dealing with fires is another story around here. Of course, just to make sure that all our animals are safe and nothing does get injured. Well, we were out there and we were pretty much right in front where the fire was happening, and definitely didn't seem like any animals were injured, which was a good thing. Luckily, it did not burn too much. And at least our response was quick enough to contain that fire. Hey, little one. Yes. Yes, sir. Tell that stick. That's it. Singing to the microphone there. You're gonna be a pop star one day. Yeah, as you can see, a really cute little young hyena, still very black. Not even a spot that's coming through yet. Because that usually comes around about maybe 4 months, 3, 4 months. I start getting the little spots coming through. I start losing that blackness of a cub, typical hyena cub. And they're so cute, they look like little bears.
Can you just go again with subtitle?
Penelope, good afternoon. I'm nervous. Do animals get with serious lightning and rain? Oh, I'm Corky just seen something here. I don't think they really mind. Wild animals, they're really much used to it. I think maybe the younger ones, the cubs and that, they haven't experienced it yet. So I'm just looking what they see here. I haven't seen animals really get too nervous about that. They'll usually take cover, get into like a real, if it's heavy rain, under thick vegetation, try and protect themselves and not to be too much in the open. Of course, things like elephants, buffalo, rhino, those kind of animals, they don't really mind. I mean, it's perfect for them. They love, of course, they love kind of coating themselves with mud as it is. So with rain, it's a pleasant thing for them. But when it comes to lightning and that, I don't think it really bothers animals too much, especially the wild animals. But yes, I know rain I've seen, as I said, it's like dogs and cats at home. You can imagine a cold, rainy day, they all want to go and snuggle up in a little blanket or next to a fire or something. So sometimes if it's really heavy rain, and it's quite cool. I don't know why Corky's really, she's really looking at something here. I'm trying to figure out what she's picking up on. I don't see anything that she's saying. Of course, they can smell and hear things more than we can, by far. Timo's like, yes. Hey, Mom. Is it Swazi? But she's so full of mud, I cannot even see anything. It's like she's almost looks like a melanistic hyena with all that mud all over her. I think she's been rolling in mud somewhere, and I can barely see anything. But it's been nibbled on the ear quite badly as well. Most probably from the youngsters. I don't think that's Swazi, is it? Yeah, it is in Tima, yeah. Swazi's ears, definitely. I know it's Swazi's ears, and also Ndebele's ears. They've got still beautiful, perfect ears at the moment. They haven't got any real scarring on it. But this one is back at two of them. They're really taking it out on this raisin bush. Really, that's it. Someone's strengthening their jaws. That's always a big part of youngsters. The little one complaining. Brenda, good afternoon. Yes, the cubs look like they're so unaware about the storm that's taken place and actually what's happened today. But that's hyenas, that's wild animals. I think they just grow into it. It's like, it's just natural to them that a storm comes through, thunder, lightning, and of course a lot of rain. And I think they just don't really mind too much, and especially with these holes in the den sites. So many times if it's a really big rain, you'll think a lot of water will go into those den sites, but they do dig them out to a point where it's almost where the cubs are, they've got like shelves inside of that den site. So you'll find that they'll actually go pretty much on it like a higher section inside that den site, so they don't, of course, get all wet and soaked and maybe even drown. So they're very much aware of those things, and that's nature. That's very much instinctive about creating things like that. And as well, that these cubs, it's just it seems like it's a holiday, but it is Good Friday, so I think they're all having a fun day for Good Friday. And also, folks, just don't forget, we've got pretty much I've got on Sunday, on our sunset, of course, we've got our Sunday treasure hunt, Easter hunt. So please make sure that you join us on our sunset drive on Sunday. But yes, let's head back to Tess and see how her sunset is going behind the Drakensberg mountain.
It definitely seems like everything has gone back to even calmer after the storm this afternoon. How gorgeous is this almost sunset? It's not quite there yet, but we're having a very clear view of the Drakensberg Mountains, a golden sun setting, and it is literally, like Cedric said, as though the storm did not happen. But it's actually a really good thing that it did. So I don't know if everybody knows this, but lightning storms are one of the most powerful sources of recycling in the bush. And that's why I think nature sends the storms and then gives us sunsets like this to remind us how good they are, because that lightning fixes nitrates into the soil, it helps with recycling, gives plants the growth that they need. And already we've seen all the birds are flocking back to where it was burned because the insects are coming out. And I mean, we took an extensive walk through there this morning. There were no animals harmed that we could find. It's honestly just a boost for the bush. So as much as it seems scary, it's really not. There's actually even some ant and butterfly species that have to have fire to complete their life cycles. Otherwise, that whole generation dies if there's no fire. So it was a good thing. We controlled it quickly, and it spread enough that there's going to be this massive burst of incredible growth. And what we're hoping for is that brings the zebras back too. Zebras, maybe some buffaloes, because of all that fresh growth. And it's now a rebirth of new life in the bush. How exciting is that? But before I carry on for too long, let's just have a little bit of a listen and take in the scenery, and then I can carry on. Cantrell, you're welcome. I think it's really important for everybody to see what it looks like, how it works, and some of the after effects as well, because it's not negative. It's a positive thing. Natural fires are exactly that. They're natural. And as much as it can seem scary when you're fighting one, it's, you know, we worked hard and it was worth it, and the bush is going to be rewarded for that fire. And isn't it amazing how nature brought the storm with the lightning storm, brought the fire, and it immediately brought enough rain to put it out anyway. So all we did was just slow the process of it burning too far in the wind, and then the storm put itself out. So nature knows these things are needed. One lonely cloud left. Incredible. I feel like I could stare at this all day until it disappears. Chrissy, it depends on the animals. So interestingly enough, the birds are already back there because there'll be lots of insects going through there now at the moment. So they're very happy getting all the insects. And in fact, most animals will now actively seek out that area. Because of the fresh growth, it comes up so quickly, and add the bonus of a massive storm straight afterwards, actual rain, there's going to be greenery there by tomorrow. So everything is actually going to go towards that area because that fresh growth is way more nutritious than anything else out here at the moment. So it's quite a good thing for the animals. In response to the fire starting itself and in response to the storm, I know Cedric was mentioning earlier, animals get a bit nervous when there's a storm. So they might try and find shelter or stay together, stay safe. But with the fire itself, as soon as they can smell the smoke, because it's a very strong smell, they leave the area. So they're capable of getting themselves away, and they'll come back as soon as there's growth, which has happened almost immediately with all the bird life. So I think it's just a matter of time until we see pretty much every animal there in the next few days. Even small things like mongooses, they've got the underground shelter of, you know, termite mounds. They just go underground. But I think this is the promise that everything is absolutely fine and it's only going to get better from here. As we watch that sun getting closer to the mountains, it's a really nice little reminder for us to just sit back and soak it in. Appreciate everything that we have here because it really is incredible. Let's have a listen, let's have a watch. Maybe we'll even get lucky and hear some birds calling. If you can hear it faintly in the background, you might hear the tractor. I'm hoping you can hear it. It's a very faint noise in the background, but we're still quite close to Sandy Patch on Impala Road. And that's the team, very possibly leaving after having put out the very flames we saw earlier. What an adventurous day. Very eventful. All day and watch that. I feel like I'm in a movie when I watch a scene like that. It truly is the gorgeous calm after a storm.
Hey, welcome back. As you can see, beautiful sunset this evening here over Treehouse Dam. I did leave the hyena den due to the fact of course Corky and Intima still at the den with the little cubs there, but we are losing light very quickly. As you can see, the sun is busy setting at the background, and there is another one or two vehicles that want to do pretty much come into that sighting. So before we lost the light, to let everybody get a bit of a turn to see the Djuma clan. But other than that, I am at Treehouse Dam. I'm coming into this area because I know that Langa was making her way around this side from this morning And I also had male leopard tracks coming down Zoe's to the side. So I'm just going to be scanning around here a little bit, and I'm trying to make sure that maybe we can pick up on some audio or any alarm calling. But while we do that, we also can just enjoy a beautiful sunset here at Treehouse Dam. See, I don't see the hippo around it, but the reflections are absolutely amazing over the water. I think it's really a picture-perfect moment. But yes, if anybody's got any suggestions for the last hour, let us know, please. Belgium Watcher, good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us here on Sunset Drive on Wild Earth. Thank you very much for the comment. Yes, it seems like we had 4 seasons in one day. It sounds like we had winter, spring, summer and autumn, just in a matter of not even a day, in a matter of 2 hours. I think we really got through all that, which is fantastic. Good rain for this time of the year. I think it's a nice bit of a water injection to the vegetation, to some of the nice little mud wallows around here. So I think it is a nice thing. I don't know how many, how much moles did we get? I think maybe about between 5 to 10 moles, maybe even more. It was pouring down properly, so maybe a bit more. But yeah, that is, it's amazing some days. It's like Cape Town. I know a lot of my friends and family that usually stays down in Cape Town side always say they usually always have 4 seasons in a day. I could never understand how that could feel, but I think today we definitely felt it, which was very interesting. And then, of course, little lapwings as well. They're just really, they're just kind of drying off now. I think they always had quite an afternoon with all the thunder and the rain. But I can't see where the little chicks are. I'm sure those 2 little chicks are around somewhere. They are very adventurous at the moment. You see them?
One chick.
You got them. Oh, there's a little one running. Hello. There we go. Survived its first huge storm. Well done. Good old lesson in life, I think, today for a lot of youngsters. And of course, eating the little insects that's hanging around the dam area. Really making sure that they eat enough now and start becoming big and healthy lapwings one day like their parents. Joanna, yes, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us and thank you for the comments. Yes, the little ones must be feasting on those little insects after the rain. I fully agree. I think sometimes this rain does encourage things like we got little muggies and mosquitoes to really start flourishing again and really rattles the bush a bit, which of course a lot of the insectivorous birds, even things like the dwarf mongoose. So a lot of things I'm really happy with after good rains and coming to feed on all the insects around. I think and I won't be surprised when we're in April and we're already still having these kind of storms, which is really all typical summer thunderstorms. But I won't complain. It's good for a lot of animals around here. I think, do you have a second one there? No. Nah. I'm sure that second one must be running around here. I'm looking for those little insects. Sometimes they're even on the other side of the dam. I'll take a look. But yeah, definitely hasn't changed the level of the dam itself. I mean, I think so. It wasn't that real substantial rain where all of a sudden it changes the dam level or the water level, and you can still see really much the water level still sitting the same. I think main thing is like those little mud wallows. And there's mud dwellers there, exactly, right on the other side. I think those little mud dwellers there that didn't have any water, a little bit of water in there now, and things like your little warthogs and buffalo will come and wallow. And those little wallows now, after a bit of rain and a bit of mud mixed with the water. Yes, while we sit here at Treehouse Dam, let's head back to Tess and see how her bumble is going and see if she can find some fantastic life after this gorgeous rain we had today.
It certainly feels like we're seeing little reminders everywhere of just this new, fresh life. The lapwing chicks surviving and happily thriving on some insects. Birds flying around everywhere because, again, there's insects, and especially going past the fire. Very brief glimpse of a very gorgeous sky. I mean, look at those colors. Unbelievable. And so much greenery. It's like everywhere we go, there's this fresh smell. Everything's looking greener. Stunning. But my plan is actually to see if I can get to Buffelshoek Dam. And hopefully I might even bump into the gourmets while I'm there. But we'll see. We'll see. So I'm driving up Zoe's Road now. I'm going to go straight towards Vuyatela Access and up to Buffelshoek Line. See if we can find some lions after the storm. We didn't get a rainbow after the storm. We got an entirely colourful sky on every side. Beautiful. How much rain we actually got, because there are these big puddles on the road. Every time we think we're drying up this year, there's this beautiful storm that just fills up the water again. Ali, yes, a lot more birds. Now is a bit of a tricky time. Remember, we're pretty much at sunset because we're coming into almost winter now. So birds are starting to roost for the night, but in the last hour we've been seeing magpie shrikes, green woodhookers, a lot of different doves. We've been seeing starlings, all sorts of birds coming up, because with the rain, just before rain, what happens is there's a low pressure cell, and that low pressure cell causes the insects to come out. So there would have been a lot of insects out. There's some impala tracks. They looked very different after the wet tail. Then the rain hits and the insects can't fly, and then after the rain the insects come out again straight away to move to wherever they need to go. And so there's a lot more bird life and a lot more water, so everybody's happy. We thought about bringing our snorkels with us this afternoon, but it doesn't look like it's necessary on these roads. But I am excited to see how much the dam's filled up, because it was a really solid rain. And coming up to dry season, you're always wondering when the dams are going to dry up. And it just seems like it's not getting a chance this year, which is really great news for the animals. I think it's going to be a good night for owls tonight as well, because after the rain, there's going to be a lot of movement of rodents and everything. Looking for food, looking for nice fresh water. I think we're going to get lucky with owls tonight. We've also got a brand new canvas, if you think about it. Clear roads, canvases for tracks, and it's still wet, so everything will stick out nicely. It's like a whole fresh start. Very exciting. Brings. I'm approaching Vuyatela Access and Quarantine now. Maybe there might be something there on my way to the dam.
Cloud formation almost looks like a spaceship. It looks like a spaceship, but it's even got layers a huge cumulonimbus cloud that's really much on the eastern side, but beautiful how the sun is hitting it and just bringing those different colors out, as you can see, from a very white on top and going like a creamy color to like a bit of a reddish and pinkish color to an orange. Really, really stunning. It looks like a glass of rosé with some bubblies on top. Hey, I think that's like a, no, maybe not. But that's a rosé color, like a rosé color with a nice little bubblies on top of the thing. But with that moon coming out as well from behind, which is, yeah, just beautiful. What that goes with the cloud. It's absolutely stunning. That's really stunning. What a beautiful evening. I knew the sunset was going to be absolutely amazing today. Excuse me, due to the rain and with the clouds and just the clean air and this big round moon. Almost like I think it's a full moon tonight, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, it's coming through. It's almost. Wow, and there comes the moon. Really coming out nicely. Yes, it's just such a stunning view. Sorry, I had to stop for this. We've got a full moon. We've got the sun that's really hitting this cloud, this huge cumulus nimbus cloud. And as you can see, it's a beautiful picture. It's so picturesque. I had to stop. I had to stop to look at this because it's, especially after those rains, and it's nice and clean, nice clean air. But yeah. Well, the moon, as you know, is really the Earth. It's the only natural satellite. Kylie, good afternoon or good evening. Those clouds will hold more rain. I don't think so, Kylie. I think those clouds look like it's really kind of starting to dissipate in that. So I think it's really losing its condensation there, and it's starting to really break up a bit more. So I think it's not really holding much. I don't see really that grey mass that's in the cloud itself. So I think it's really more the aftermath, and so I don't think there's any more rain that's coming through from that side. But luckily that is on our eastern side as well, so it's not it's definitely not where we get our rain from. So it is really it is a beautiful picture. That's one thing I can say with that beautiful moon that's in the area. Well, it's just on top of that cloud. But, as you know, of course, the moon is about 1/4, I think, the diameter of the Earth's, the Earth's size, and only really 1/4. So it's really not as huge and as big as the Earth. Oh, shucks, sorry, I've got a radio that's going off here. So I just want to turn this off here quickly. Okay. And yeah, well, it is, of course, as you know, it's Earth's only natural satellite. So it is really, really stunning to have you around here. Frana, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are watching. Thank you for joining us. Yes, you never know what the day is going to throw at us, and our drives and our bumbles. It's every turn, every minute. That's what makes it so fantastic, really, being here in the bush, in this area, doing what we do. I mean, there's no monotonousness about this job. It's more of a passion, and it's just about the changes of every minute of our daily jobs, and it's fantastic. It keeps us on our toes. It's just to see these kind of endings of a day, watching the moon rising, a full moon on a beautiful Easter Friday, and hopefully everybody is having a fantastic Easter Friday. And also an Easter weekend. So it is a special day for all of us. Well, it looks like maybe a little pieces off the moon. I think they say full moon is tomorrow. I just want to double check. Almost looks like with a naked eye. Actually, it looks like a full moon tonight, but I think full moon is tomorrow. Thank you very much. Thank you, FC. Oh, I thought it was tonight. Yeah, it is tomorrow. I do see that. Indeed. But, yep, I think while we enjoy our last little bit of a view of that colourful cloud, let's see what's happening with the colourful Tess on her bumble.
Yep, it's at a good 98%, 98.5% maybe, Cedric. It is gorgeous though. Unfortunately, Cedric beat me to the pink fluffy cloud and the moon. That's fun. I've just arrived at Gowrie Dam, so I want to have a look and see. I don't know if it'll be our imaginations or not, but perhaps it might look a little fuller. Let's have a look. But also, there have been 1 or 2 impalas around. So maybe we might find some life here at Gowrie Dam. It's a bit late for birds now, but we'll try. There is a white thing in the dam. Is it a saddle-billed stork? I think it is. Can't see that far in this light. How's that for admitting your eyes are terrible? Christine, it is a new hat. Unfortunately, my other hat, I wore it while we were fighting the fire. It's okay, don't worry. But it did get quite full of ash and 1 or 2 coal marks on it, and very, very wet when we got stuck in the rain as well while we were fighting the fire. So it's just drying out at home. So I figured I'd put on the other hat that I stole from my mum. Oh my goodness, it is a saddle-billed stork. No ways. At Gowrie Dam. It's almost as exciting as when the Goliath heron was here. It's found one little patch that it wants to stay in. And you can even see half of its reflection. So it's not often that we see saddle-billed storks here. We sometimes see them at Baboon Pan, which is very close to Twin Dams. But we don't often get saddle-billed storks or Goliath herons or those kinds of birds here at Gowrie Dam. For whatever reason, I'm not actually sure what the reason would be, because it's such a gorgeous source of water. Look at that. But that's quite exciting. That bird is almost as tall as me, everybody. Almost. They are endangered, so we don't see them very often. It's very special whenever you see a saddle-billed stork. It looks like a statue. Yolanda, the chicks will be quite big when they hatch. They are monogamous nesters, so they'll kind of be together for the rest of their lives if they can. And the nest is built by both, and then they'll kind of lay eggs at different times throughout the year, anywhere between 2 and 4 eggs. They're actually very pretty because they've got a slight gloss to them. Very, very slight gloss. They're about, I think the chicks are, if I'm not mistaken, I know their beaks are quite small, so they've got a very large beak. Their beak is only around 8 centimeters long when they hatch. I'm trying to figure out the size of a chick itself. I'm going to have to look that up. I can't for the life of me remember. But it's, I know the beak, I don't know why I remember this measurement, but the beak is only around 8 centimeters long compared to an adult, which is massive. So it shows you how small it would be. But let me have a look and see if I can figure out exactly how big a chick is. Remember, these birds, as big as they are very light. So an adult can only be up to maybe 6 kilograms, 5 or 6 kilograms for such a large bird that's almost the same height as me. They're only around 6 kilograms. So the chicks will be very light, and in size, I would suppose, sure, 10 to 15 centimeters, if that. But I'm going to double check for you. Thank you for testing my knowledge. I think I got smoke to the brain, and my brain's forgotten half its measurements. Absolutely gorgeous. Oh, it seems like tall is the theme today, from a very tall saddle-born stork to Cedric with one of the tallest animals in nature. I'm going to send you to him to have a look and see what it is while I head towards Buffelshoek Dam.
Yes, so I've got a beautiful big male giraffe that's just sitting here, or standing in, well, not sitting, but standing in front of us here at Twin Dams. And as you can see, he is really a beautiful dark male as well. And he's busy feeding on some nice, looks like a jackalberry tree. Yeah, a jackalberry tree. Of course, these males are really tall, but he's a little bit shy. He doesn't want to show his face to us, so I don't want to go too much forward here. Just now he decides to move a little bit further on. I'm just going to give him a little bit of time here and see what he does. I was actually hoping he was going to go down to Twin Dams for a bit of a sundowner, but clearly I think he's thinking twice. And I think he just got camera shy. But yes, definitely it is full grown. We're looking at about 5.5 meters tall, these males. So they really grow to a proper size, proper height. It is your tallest land mammal on Earth. And of course the females is about 1 meter smaller than a male. So a female is about 4.5 meters. They are gregarious. The way he is alone, many times people like do that travel solitary. Yes, they do sometimes travel solitary, especially your males will wander around by themselves, and then you'll find sometimes they will join a herd of giraffe and move with them. So they are gregarious. They really do move from herd to herd. They will never really stick to one certain herd. There is something. Oh, it's him. Sorry, I'll just hear this beautiful. So of course what they does, so a good giraffe really can reach up high and right on top of those beautiful trees. As you can see, a nice jackalberry tree there, and stripping all those leaves off with those long tongues. So the tongue's around about 27, 28 centimeters long coming out of the mouth itself. And of course wrapping that tongue around the branches and then stripping the leaves off. I was actually hoping, because this beautiful moon that's on the side, I was actually hoping that this big male giraffe was going to be on our eastern side. And maybe sometimes you get that absolutely, it doesn't happen often, but a magic moment where, of course, you'll have that perfect moon between his two horns. That would be fantastic. Imagine that. So you've got this giraffe with a moon that's like shining between his horns. That would be, that will be absolutely amazing. Jimbo, yes, good afternoon. Definitely fresh green salad for the big male giraffe. Now you can actually see his RC cones on top, very thick compared to the females. The females got really thin ones, but the male much larger, much thicker. I think Eggard can get in there a little bit on his head, and we can take a look. It's a little bit dark there. Unfortunately, we are losing a lot of light at the moment. But he is really an impressive male. Quite a nice silhouette, actually. Yeah, it would be nice if he had just a little bit to the left there. Like if he could just walk down to the dam now, and with those beautiful sunsets, all the colors that's coming through, it would be fantastic. But it's so nice to see them. And of course, a big male giraffe like this, I mean, their hearts, they got one of the largest hearts of all land mammals as well. You're looking at a big giraffe like this, around about 11 to 12 kilograms heart. So it's quite a heavy and complicated heart, really pumping that blood up to the brain. So it has to be a real kind of a strong pump, a strong heart. And of course pumping up to about 160 beats per minute.
So I'm currently having a very gentle cruise down Central Road, and we just can't believe the amount of water. I'm so interested to see exactly how many mils we got, because the roads are so wet. We'll be very careful about off-roading in the next while. Oh, is that a little scrub hair? Yes, I don't know if you'll get it, Owen, it's just in the brush here. I'm hoping it doesn't hop away. It's just come off the road. Oh, there it is. Hello, scrub hair. Happy after the rain, looking for some fresh grass. Oh, it's hopped further away. And it's looking very alert. I'm sure the predators are going to be more active. So the scrub hare is being quite careful as it's feeding. Just in time for Easter. I think it heard me say Easter. It's coming closer to me. I think it's stalking me. Straight over my head. Where did it go? I think it's in front of me somewhere. Right, yes, it's just in front of me. Oh, shame, it's going to... Oh, there it goes down the road. Oh, run away. All right, let's see if I can catch up with it again. It's now in the road, at least. But that was quite sweet. I think it knows a rabbit and hare lover when it smells one. Now, I managed to find... Oh, where'd it go? The Easter Bunny, a glimpse. And now I've lost it. Where did it go? Oh no. It ran down Vulture's Nest Road and must have disappeared into the bush. But it came closer to me. It was quite special. I got really excited. I'm a massive fan of hares and rabbits. So I think the Easter Bunny knows it. It came closer. Very excited. Looking for some fresh food. Gorgeous little scrub hare. It was feeding quite nicely next to the road and looking quite bushy-tailed and bright-eyed after the storm. It seems like we are too. I don't know, there's this new energy today. I love it. But I have accepted the fact that I don't think I'm going to get to Buffelshoek Dam in time because I keep getting distracted by things along the way. So I'm not going to push it. I'm just going to have fun. I'm just going to amble along. I also don't want to go too far that way because I can see lightning in the distance. The same storm we had has blown further east. And I definitely don't want to be there. I don't want to be getting much closer to that side. I'd rather turn south and then back. But this is a pretty good route for leopards. I'm hoping for possibly Miss Tlalamba. See if I can come out with her. You never know. Alright, while I am searching for any creatures on Yarn Road South, my favorite road, I'm going to send you to Cedric, who is trying hard to keep up with his giraffe, hot on its heels.
Yes, welcome back. Of course, we've got this beautiful male giraffe that's now just moving off into the sunset. Absolutely stunning. Just look at that silhouette and such an elegant beast, an animal. I love them. My mom loves him to bits. It's her favorite animal. And there's also a girl in New Zealand, Tiffany, a young girl that actually loves giraffes so much, and I must give her a shout out if I ever find a giraffe. Well, Tiffany, yeah, it's a beautiful male giraffe for you. So I'm going to go a little bit forward and see if I can. Nice view here. There we go. I think we might have a better view on him from this side. Of course, as you see the beautiful sunset, he's still definitely mulling and eating around here on all the nice little shoots that's sitting right on the top of the trees, which the other browsers cannot get to, just the giraffe. Very good afternoon. Thanks for the comment. I want to see the moon between the giraffe's ossicles, and you want ossicones, and you want to see the giraffe wrapping its tongue around the moon. Wow, that would be definitely a sight to see. I would think it'll be a tongue twister, that one. But yeah, thank you very much, Philly, for your comment this evening, but thanks for joining us. It is there's definitely, you know what, I think we can all laugh. And even if it's been a tough day with one or two things today with the fires and all that, but you know, the day always ends off beautiful in the bush, and we can always laugh about things. I love it. I love it. But yeah, no, he's definitely also enjoying those leaves on top there. And I'll just chew them. This is pretty much for a typical four-stomach chambered animal. So it's a ruminant. Very strange when they actually swallow and when they bring up the cud. Of course, the leaves that haven't been really digested completely, and it's sitting in the first chamber. So when they regurgitate it and when they bring it to the top to re-chew it again, it really looks funny sometimes. If you actually really look at a giraffe, they see this bulge, ball coming up the neck all the way back to the mouth, and it really looks interesting and funny. But it's a strange looking animal, but they are beautiful. Jonah, good afternoon. Will giraffes ever get aggressive with safari vehicles? Well, Jonah, honestly, 16 years in the Sabi Sands for me and in the Greater Kruger Park itself, I've never really witnessed a giraffe really getting aggressive with safari vehicles. They more kind of just move away. They don't want to have, I don't think they have got that aggressive nature of them and seeing us as a threat or predator. And on top of that, it's just, it's not like elephants where they, of course, they would give a vehicle a mock charge or a charge. But giraffe, not at all. The only time I know, many years ago, there was unfortunately a sad event where lions at night time, of course, at one of the lodges, this was many years ago, where a pride of lions did chase a big male giraffe like this, and it ran straight, and it didn't know where to go, so it ran away from the lions, and it ran straight for the vehicle and then hit the vehicle on the side. And unfortunately, the giraffe toppled over and hit the tracker that was sitting on the front seat, or in the tracker seat right in front. And unfortunately, the tracker did sustain serious injuries due to that situation. But it was caused and wasn't really forced by the giraffe itself. It was just chased and was unfortunately it ran in the direction of the vehicle. But other than that, I've never heard of a giraffe going further for any or going for safari vehicles. But they do have a nasty kick, so of course the giraffes can kick forward and backwards. Nicholas, good evening. Thank you for joining us. Wherever you are watching, fantastic. Thank you for the questions. Do giraffe get struck by lightning? Yes, indeed. There was a case not long ago from a gate called Open Gate towards Satara, and there was a big giraffe that was struck by lightning, and unfortunately he did sustain serious injuries, and he did die due to the lightning. So yes, that does happen. And of course, it's not a common occurrence. I mean, it's just not a thing, but it's just unfortunate. A giraffe is quite tall, well, the tallest land mammal, so they really are up there like a lightning conductor. So, yes. So, of course, I've seen giraffe on really rainy days like this, and especially a lot of lightning. I've seen giraffe really going into lower areas, lower lying areas, so they won't really sit or stand or walk on top of these bolts. And sometimes it feels that animals do have that sixth sense of knowing when it is a good time to find safety and be in the right place and not stand out like a sore thumb. So, yeah. Anyway, let's move on. Rock Candy Susie, good afternoon. Is it possible that the coffee will be cold once it reaches the giraffe's stomach? Well, it depends how hot the coffee is. I'm sure if a giraffe drinks a nice lukewarm cup, I think it might be a little bit cold by the time it gets to the tummy. But other than that, it'll be very interesting, first of all, to see a giraffe drink a cup of coffee. I'll definitely maybe give it a nice hot cup of black coffee, and maybe it'll reach the tummy nice and warm. But anyway, Rock Candy Susie, thank you very much for that question, and that was definitely a question that I would never have expected and thought of. But yeah, that's on that note, I think let's move on. While we move on and just to gather my senses again, I think, we head up Twin Dams Road and head up on Twin Dams Road and see, maybe we are lucky with something up here further. You never know. Because after all this rain, you must just remember with this rain, it's very important. A lot of cats. Okay, we are going to lose a bit of signal. I know that this section we're going to lose. It's going to go a little bit fuzzy and like that, but it's just going to be like that. So stay seated, folks. Don't move. I will be out of this drainage line in a matter of seconds, and then we shall be clear to go again. So here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Right, then it's very slippery there. So yes, a lot of, hopefully everything's good again. A lot of leopards and lions especially leopards will scent mark after big rains, because a lot of the rain is washed the scent away on these bushes where they do spray and where they roll and hug and all that. So all that scent has been washed away, and now of course they will be doing a patrolling again and making sure that their territory is known to the other individuals, that there is somebody, there is something happening, and that's so yeah. Sometimes after good rains like that, you'll find hopefully a little bit more activity on the leopard side of things. Something on the road. That's where it's gone. Bye-bye.
So we've found the storm that we were under earlier today, and this is it from a distance. It's in the far east at the moment, but I just wanted you to see how gorgeous this electrical storm is with all the lightning breaking through those clouds. Let's have a watch. Also listen, you can hear some fiery-necked nightjars calling. Looking at it from a distance, it's hard to believe we were under that. I remember feeling terrified, but looking at it like this, it looks very scary. Just above it. Now we went from clear skies to this in a matter of minutes earlier on today. Oh my goodness. Jacob, I love watching a lightning storm and especially hearing the thunder. And that shows how far away this is because we can't hear the thunder anymore, but it's just gorgeous. It's so important in nature, but it's just so gorgeous to watch. It's almost mesmerizing, like watching a fire. Every time I see one, I think of growing up We used to have summer thunderstorms, the same as the Lowveld. My mom was always terrified of storms. She still is. Thunder and lightning. When she grew up, she believed that when there was thunder and lightning, it was because God was angry with her. She obviously knows better now. She grew out of that quickly, but her fear of storms never changed. I've always been mesmerized. Rick, it certainly looks like it's going further east, luckily for us. But, yeah, I also hope it's not coming back this way. We've had our lightning for the day. I think we can take a break from it for a little bit. Amazing how it lights up the sky. It is pitch dark. It lights up the sky. JD, the storm came from the Drakensberg mountainside, so it very likely built up against the plateau and kind of all the hot air rising and the water. It built up close to the Drakensberg mountains. It then came towards us from the west and it has moved further east. So the Drakensberg mountains are about 50 or so kilometers, if not a bit more, to the west of Djuma. And where the storm is now is quite far away. It's moved completely from west to east. I don't know if you've ever had that experience where lightning is so close above you that when it strikes, the noise is so loud that it's deafening. JD, thank you for sharing that story. I really like that one, that God was moving his furniture, and that's what all the ruckus is about with the thunderstorm. I really like that one. We had one earlier today. It was about 10 minutes, so 20 past 2 in the afternoon, this afternoon, 10 minutes before we started our sunset safari. We were actually out, and one lightning bolt hit really close, and we think that's the one that started the fire because it was so close and the thunder was instantaneous. So you can kind of measure how far lightning is away by how long it takes in seconds for the sound of the thunder to reach you, and it was pretty much instantaneous. And it was so loud that everybody just dropped everything. It kind of shuddered through your whole body. And we had a few like that on Sandy Patch towards the end, when the rain started coming down, towards the end of fighting the fire. And I can tell you, I've not been scared of lightning before, but today, I will admit, I was a bit nervous. But it was gorgeous regardless, and it was an incredible experience in the rain, fighting the fire. A first for me, but one I will never forget.
Hello. I've got a nice little flap-necked chameleon just looking at us through the branches and all those leaves. He's just watching everybody drive past. Hello. Looks a little bit grumpy to me. But yeah, he's still awake. His eyes are open. He's definitely looking at us. The one eye is. The other eye is looking at the other side, maybe backwards there. Of course, a little flap-necked chameleon. Quite a big one, actually. When I just spotted it now. A big female. Of course, laying the eggs now, almost a year for those eggs to start hatching. But they'll lay the eggs nicely underground, digging a hole 30 centimeters deep, and putting those little eggs inside there. And then, of course, a year's time, little ones will pop out from the ground. A nice flat-necked chameleon. That's the only chameleon species that we do have around here. But let's enjoy him while he's looking around at what's happening. Very well camouflaged. This looks like those leaves. Mosquitoes. Definitely, I think Eggard's going to give a nice close-up to that one very soon. And see him just watching us. You can see he's looking, but no, he was looking. He's now fast asleep. He just closed his eyes. Can you see him or her? It's a big female. Can you see her just between those leaves? Very well camouflaged. Look at that. Of course, we've got a flat-necked chameleon just really tucking into that bush, that quarry bush. Look at that. He won't even know she's there. Very well camouflaged. Very good for, of course, protection. And just to make sure that nothing is going to see her during the night time while she rests inside that quarry bush. Of course, mainly waiting for the daytime, nice sun, nice warmth, for them to just move around a little bit more and searching for the insects. Hermanus, good evening. Do I think that this chameleon stayed in that bush during the big storm that we had this side? I think so. I think because before the big storm, when it did start cooling down, and once it starts cooling down, you'll find your cold-blooded animals and reptiles, snakes, they all start moving into a little bit more of a kind of a dormant and slow-moving state. And that's, of course, I think this chameleon maybe went up into this little bush that it's sitting up in now, and I went to go and rest there for the night, for the cool around the time. I think that's why you look at the little hands. I mean, those little claws, you've got like 2 toes and 2 toes on each side of each, pretty much a leg there. And what happens is that they actually wrap it around, almost like a vice grip. And then, of course, holding on to dear life onto those branches. And through those big storms, when we had the huge winds coming through here before that rain came through and the lightning, the wind was absolutely howling. And I'm sure these chameleons were holding on to dear life. And I'm sure they got these long tails. And so they curl around. So what they'll do, they'll use that tail just to curl around the branch as well, to give extra support and making sure they are holding in. But yes, no, they are absolutely really, really amazing little creatures. And you'll find that this big female, I'm sure she looks quite big. Unfortunately, we can't really tell by the way we look now, but just when I saw her, she is really big. And I think she's, you'll find that before the winter really starts and the cold weather comes in, they'll actually start going to the bottom of these bushes, into the thick vegetation, dig a nice hole really deep, going about 15 to 30 centimeters down. And what she'll do is she'll lay a clutch of eggs, up to from about 20 to 40 eggs inside that hole. And then she'll close it up, and off she'll go, and she'll go and pretty much go into a hibernation dormant state in a thick bush somewhere. And once those little ones hatch, and take about a year for those little ones to hatch, and once they do hatch, they'll start moving up to the surface, and when summer comes again, they'll be popping out, and of course there'll be little chameleons then, and of course they'll start venturing around, not together, off by themselves, and of course they'll start looking for little like mosquitoes and muggies or any little insects that they can flick their long tongue at and feed on that. And yes, hopefully they will survive, but that's why they have so many eggs. So many eggs 20 to 40 eggs, that is a lot of eggs, because the survival rate for a chameleon is not that great. I think only about maybe 5 to 10% of them really get to adulthood, and the rest will be fed on by like different predators. So different. Brenda, good evening. Thank you very much for joining us on Wild Earth this afternoon, this evening. Yes, it is a last-minute chameleon for our drive for today, and yes, it's always a pleasure. And it has been a lot of fun. We have seen a lot of things this afternoon, even for that short period, and I'm really happy for everybody to sit and wait for us going live again, and hopefully everybody was also enjoying a couple of the repeats, but it's always nice to be live and interactive with us. But yeah, we're going to say goodbye to Fred. Bye-bye, Freddie. Well, actually, that's Fredalina. It's a female, so it's not Fred. It's Fredalina. Yeah. Anyway, yes. Well, we'll just say thank you for joining us on this afternoon. And thank you very much for throwing your comments, questions, suggestions to us here at Wild Earth. And I think the Wild Earth team really appreciates everybody's support for this afternoon. And we are actually hoping that tomorrow morning that we can at least try and find some cats or dogs for everybody. You never know. But what we had today, had the beautiful thunder, or the lightning show in the cloud, some giraffe, some hyenas. So it has been an eventful, I can say, a little bit of time that we did spend with everybody at home or wherever you are watching. But it is going to be, looks like it's going to be a beautiful evening. And I think we're all going to have a rest and clean ourselves from all the ash. But anyway, from the Wild Earth team, from Kelly, from Tess, from Eckhard, from Owen, from me, good night, everybody. Have a wonderful evening. See you tomorrow morning.